everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. We got something a little bit different than what we've been doing during our midway observation week. This is a figure from Bellinok Miniatures. I might actually, let me see if I can do a little copy of this into the chat here real quick for you. Because I think that is the link. Okay, yeah, that's on My Mini Factory. And that is, I wish I could pin that to the top of the chat. Don't know how to do that. That's usually Armored Wolf doing that. So we are going to paint this up. We got tartans. Hey there, Blades. So Blades, check this out. This is basically took pictures of the miniature and put in some parameters, and that's what it gave me. So we're going to be working from something like that right there. So yep, first one in, Blades. And there was there was plenty of fromage. Oh, Blades, I got to send you this other recipe that Sarge sent me. Basically like cheeseburger sloppy joes or something like that. Oh, French onion cheeseburger sloppy joes. So French onion soup, which is always good, but that's got fromage, right? Blades, French onion soup. This is also from Bellinok, by the way. So yeah, Bellinok has lots of really nifty stuff. So yeah, let me just set that over there out of the way. Hey there, Valfera. So Valfera, actually some really interesting news on the Golden Maple front. So I guess they're really looking to get into miniatures. Oh, actually, Blades, you should think about this too. Not only with the brushes, but they got like grass tufts, Valfera. So Sea Dragon, thank you so much. We're gonna do a toast here because Sea Dragon was kind enough to get a Book of Wapple hoodie from the merch store there. So thank you so much, Sea Dragon. Appreciate that. So Uber Yeti, wow, that's hey Uber Yeti, could you do me a favor if you're taking any pictures of yourself like in the Hagia Sophia or something like that? Could you send me those? Because that's one of my more favorite structures in the world there. So if you're taking pictures of that, please go ahead. So thank you so much, Sea Dragon. Gigabit, I hope that you are doing well. Actually, I did post another one of our past sessions on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So again, this is where all this stuff is going. Now, for folks that maybe didn't get to see last night, this is what we painted up here. So this one was 3D printed. And Valfera, I gotta say, it's a really interesting. Again, have you ever printed any kind of thing where there was hinges built in, Valfera? I mean, it's still mind-boggling that literally movable hinges were built into this, and I have still had no idea how they did that. So how you doing there, Deck Knight? I think this was our last miniature painting stream that wasn't historical. I think this was probably the last one right here. And oh, here we go. So this video is up on the Patreon page now. This is where we're using all the new paints. Now there's an important thing here. So Velfair, remember I said, oh, this is going to take like weeks to dry? Yeah, this is totally dry. That's cadmium. These are pure cadmium colors here, and these are already dry. Um, so whatchamacallit, that's a, yeah, that is a, that's a testament to the less is more and more is way too much, right? So yeah, that was that's an FDM print. Or, sorry, no, this is not FDM. This is just a regular old resin print right here. And then again, this I still can't believe. Again, these were all hinged. These were hinged. It looks like the piece of wood turned out there, Valfera, because nobody can tell this from the piece of wood because, well, we lost a piece. So how are you doing there, Deck Knight? And of course, we're just going to do this in the usual way. We're just going to take some lighter dry brushy stuff here and just have some fun with this. And then we're going to do our glazy things over the top of it like you do. Yeah, so let me post this again. So this is I don't, do they have a let's see, do they usually do a summer sale, right, Valfera? So always kind of keep an eye peeled on the Bellinok My Mini Factory because there's usually like a spring sale and a summer sale and a winter sale, right, Valfera? So Deck Knight, well, there was more. Oh, Blades, I'll have to send you the pictures of today's one-to-one terrain project. So one of the things I realized as so I'm in the back and I'm basically digging up this part of the backyard where the grass I just can't get the grass to grow, and I thought, okay, well we'll till the soil again and try this one more time. And then I realized it's right in front of the garden that I just toiled, or just tilled the soil, 2 days ago. And I said, wait a second, I could actually just extend the garden forward into this area that's not growing any grass anyways. I'm already digging it up. And guess what? This area is going to get sun. So basically, instead of trying to bring the sun to the garden, I'm bringing the garden to the sun. And I'll show you that in a second. Again, that was my one-to-one terrain project, one-to-one scale terrain project for today. I pretty much tilled, by now I think I've tilled about 1/3 of the backyard in the last few days by hand with a shovel and a hard rake. So needless to say, we have gotten some of our workout in, that's for sure. And also, too, I think, Blades, I sent you the picture of all the tomato seeds and the pepper seeds. We're talking about yellow peppers, purple peppers, orange tomatoes, yellow tomatoes, purple tomatoes. So this, if this should work out, now if the seeds don't end up growing outside, I might just get some really big plants or big pots and just grow them inside. So Uber Yeti, the reason why there was no grass there is there used to be a big old tree for years and years, for at least about 15 years or so. And the stump is still there, so it kind of makes sense that this, nothing really ever grew there, because it wasn't just the shade of the house, you also had the shade of the tree. And then trying to kill the stump, obviously kind of, some of that got to where the grass was. So we got that just about with our first round of lights off. These will probably snap off as I'm working on this. I'll bet you any money, Velfera, those are going to snap off. How you doing there, Sublime? So Uber Yeti, yeah, it needed to be really tilled, like heavy duty tilled. I kind of just did a halvesies on it. So yeah, I think that's definitely a part of it. Now here is now that we'll let that set for a second here. Let me see if we can find our here. That's gonna be. I think this will work. Right here. There we go. So here's here's all the varieties in our victory garden right there. And then, of course, you got to have the plastic army men. That's what prevents bugs right there, is the plastic army men. And then this right here, let's see, there we go. So you see this line of those solar lights right there? That was the original length of the garden, or width of the garden. You can see it's about 3 times wider now. So yeah, that is a good, I don't know, 10 feet long and 3 feet wide or something like that. Hey there, Bellinok, how you doing? Oh, thanks, Velfira. So Bellinok, great to see you. Everybody please check out, actually Bellinok, I was sharing your link in the chat. If you want to share your My Mini Factory link, please go ahead. So yeah, we're going to be painting up this one here. We were just showing off some of our previous Bellinok miniatures that we painted. And this is what the color scheme is going to look like. I'm going to have fun doing that little design on the shield. We're going to be doing a nice little tartan pattern there. So Uber Yeti, I'm hoping that works out, right? Again, you saw that big wooden fence, Uber Yeti, and you saw the chain link fence. Well, the cucumber plants used to grow on the chain link fence for obvious reasons, right? Because it's a vine type of a plant. Well, once that giant wooden fence was put there by the people that live next door, now fortunately they are gone. That just basically killed all the possibilities of growing peppers or the cucumbers there because, well, too much shade, nothing but shade. Let me see. So thank you so much, Velfira. And again, Belknock, if you want to share anything in the chat, again, we've been sharing the link to this particular figure right here. We'll just chuck it in there one more time. Okay, there we go. Again, our moderator is not here. He's doing a Ren fair. And we've done a whole bunch of other Belknock miniatures for various things. Actually, oh, wait a minute. Where is... I think... here we go. Check this out. So, you're talking about the FDM prints, Belfira. So, here is a very large version that we did as a... So this was done in FDM print. This is going to be a tutorial on our Patreon page right here. So again, that's a megabust right there. This is also, again, another fabulous file from Belknock. Thank you so much, Bella. Appreciate that. It's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, watch where you're pointing that thing. It's like, dude, I've been standing up on this log like forever. It's like, yeah, that must be tiring. It's like, huh, you're telling me. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6-4. Belknock. What's it going to be? Oh, oh, oh. Not a bad roll there. Turned out to be a 5 for Bella. So thank you so much for being here. Okay, so now we've got our kind of a little bit of a pre-shading in place. Now we're going to start doing some of our glazy stuff. And again, it's the same way that we approached this, right? It's a same way that we approached this too, except now we are going to hit it with a whole bunch of plaids too. Okay, let's do some stuffs here. Shield time. I'm gonna take some of this. Oh, I don't have my manganese blue out here. That's all right. We can get it. Here it is. I'm gonna get some of this out here. Sea Drag, what was it, Velfira? Come for the miniature painting, but stay for the puppet shows, right? Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yep, stay for the puppet shows. And of course, now we have painted backdrops for all of our puppet shows. Now, of course, if some of this should just happen to mix with some of our later color that's there, that we just put in there, well, so much the better. So again, everybody check out that link that we just posted there. Go check out Belknock Miniatures on My Mini Factory. And Bella, I was mentioning that every so often there's a nifty little sale on the Belknock My Mini Factory there. So they got to kind of keep checking back every so often, because there just might be a very fun sale happening. Actually, Gigabyte, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I don't know. I don't know if you had a chance to do that last night. And of course, Sea Dragon. When we were doing all the kitties, remember Sea Dragon? That created some hilarious conversations. And actually, Sea Dragon, I think you remember all the ones with Elrond, right? The mob boss of Middle Earth. Where's my little more of this, and some of our ultramarine blue is going to get in there too. And again, you can see this is all kind of mixing here. Actually, we'll go two different ones. Yeah, let's go two differents here. Let's go two different. So that'll be our green. And then this will be our blue. So again, I'll scare up the reference picture every so often. And basically what I do is I prep this thing. I learned the hard way that you really should just prime it. It does better when it's primed, and usually something that is not gray, not something that's light, something that's kind of basically dark to middle tone, or middle tone to dark. Maybe that's the better way to say it. Let me chuck some of this down in here. And then we'll have to let all that set, of course. And then this will be our green. So here again is our reference right there. We got sap green. Where's my sap green? We'll mix the sap, oh yeah, that and the Payne's gray together. Actually, this one is on the YouTube channel right now. Yeah, this one's on the YouTube channel. Oh, actually, this one, I don't think I'll be able to print this one in FDM. I can give it a try. Obviously, the Bat Companion, that's going to be the one that'll be tricksy, but I can try to print that in FDM. Basically, with the obviously with the 0.2 layer height. Yeah, we'll roll with the 0.2 layer, or sorry, the 0.08. Who knows? Maybe we test out the 0.2 nozzle on that too. Maybe that might not be the worst time to give that a little test. See what happens. Actually, maybe now is the time to do it because I'm pretty much almost at the end of a spool. Where's my, yeah, here. Again, the sap green, some of the Payne's gray. And then that will, let's see, we'll have to figure out what kind of cloth color we want to use on that. Probably we'll just throw some, maybe we'll just throw some more Payne's gray in there. No, actually, let's roll with this. Let's go with this right here for now. You can always change that up. That's the great thing about the oil paints. You can always make changes to things. Okay, where's my Payne's gray? More of that. That's just going to go here. He's nice. Now the broken shield here, let us go with something more like some reds or something on that. We'll leave that there. Now hopefully you were able to restock there and they weren't out of your favorite brush soap, because that can happen sometimes. Blades, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Also, Valfair, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, again, everybody check out, again, that link there. And check out on my mini factory. Check out Knacht Miniatures. There's all kinds of really great, there's not just the large scale figures there, but you basically have dioramas. Actually, Bella, yeah, I've got a diorama that I'm working on with Demeter. Also, yeah, I've got the bust printed out, and that's one I want to try and print that bust out in FDM. I think that would work. Even with the wheat, I think that one will still work. I also have, obviously, I have Artemis, I have the your moon goddess. All of those are actually printed out. There's going to be a whole big series of Knacht stuff, and again, I'm hoping that I can print even more of them with the FDM style, because that means they can be gigantic, as in like really huge. So again, we're just hitting this right here. This is a two-piece, I think, yeah, it's a two-piece file right here. Obviously the figure, and then your base is separate. I think so, yeah, they're just two separate pieces. If I remember, I think actually this is that is a Is that a one piece? I think, yeah, I think that's a one piece, which means it would be ideal for FDM. Fewer pieces, more better. So yeah, that might that maybe that will work for FDM then. And I'm talking about printing it really huge, kind of like basically the size almost of that the Venus there, something almost that size, that scale. And of course, Sea Dragon. I don't know if you wanted to share anything in the chat. I know I ask all the time, but if you ever want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Okay, so you can see how this is starting to get a little bit less shiny now, right? Getting a little bit less shiny in the areas that we did before. Now let's get down maybe some skinny tones here. We're going to take this. Now this is going to be slightly more on the opaque side. Because remember, you can still do glazy things even with opaque stuff. And again, we want that to mix with what is there. That's going to give us kind of our greens and our grays and our skin tones. Very much, again, like what we did here, right? Where we did the lighter dry brush stuff just like this. And then you can see all the greens, right, in grays and our skin tones. You got capillaries, you've got fatty tissues and all that kind of stuff. That will make skin almost sometimes almost yellowish. And that's not like somebody that has a disease or something. That's just a healthy person. And of course, we're going to be doing wool, tattoos, all that good stuff. So that's why we're not really going to go too bonkers worrying about skin tones. Now let's do a little something with the hair. We're going to grab this, some of our magenta, some of that Van Dyke brown there. Pile this in all the way down in there. What are we at here? So 22 minutes in. And generally, streams are, what, about 5 hours or so long? So we've got ourselves about 4.5 hours to do all the rest of this, including, again, all the freehands, all that good stuff. Now to the Van Dyke brown. Just doing this. We're just looking to get stuff everywheres. Here too. A little something on that as well. Shield boss. How do we go with the shield boss? Yeah, actually, I'm going to go with something that is more on the golden side, I think, with the shield boss there. And since that's getting to be much more set than our other areas here, we'll probably be getting into our freehand pretty quick on said shield. You can see how that's starting to set. See how that's looking much more. It's almost looking like it's dry. It's not dry, rest assured, but it kind of looks like it. We'll be able to use some of our homemade tufts on this. Brand new set of homemade tufts. Fabulous. Hey there, Tizzle. How you doing? So, our Tizzle, glad to see you here. Happy Saturday and all that good stuff. Hey there, Tundra. Nice to see you. Oh, it's been a while there, Tundra. I hope that you're doing well. Okay, we'll let that all have a chance to set. So again, it's slightly different than what we were painting last night. Of course, we talk about painted backdrops, right? This is what we did on Thursday. So we have something for our plane to interact with, and then we also, where's our ship over here? This was super fun. This was Monday's stream. Let's orient it. Oh, there we go. There we have it. Almost oriented just right. There you are. So that was a fun set of streams for this week. And now we kind of concluded with something, again, a little bit different. Yeah, we can see that really starting to get, look at that. It almost looks like it's dry right there. Let me try. And again, this is what we're looking to do design-wise on the shield and such. And we'll be doing, obviously, lots and lots of tartan/plaid on this figure. So how you doing there, Tundra? And again, that was a quick little review of some of the stuff that we've been doing here on the stream. Start to just gently get some of our lighter color in here. We want some of those browns to remain behind. Actually, I can zoom in. At least, yes, I can. I can zoom in. There we go. Not too much of it down there. But it's almost a little bit, again, like it's, see, it's almost got some pre-weathering, a little bit of pre-staining, if you will. Now, while we wait for that, we're going to come back into this. Yeah, let it work with this, with our darker glazy stuff that we did. I mean, that's why we're using the oils, right? Because we want to have essentially all this free shading that happens. And yeah, you know what? Let's maybe roll with a little more blue up there. Also going to try and shove some of that all the way down into there where you can't see anything. Let me start to lay out our freehandy stuff here. Also, I'm going to scare up my reference picture here. Where are you at? Where are you hiding? Well, I can get rid of my midway one. Don't need that. Okay, there we go. So we've got our reference sitting out here. And let's just start to gently sketch this in, shall we? A little bit of our Mars yellow deep there. In other words, like a yellow ochre type of deal. One second, there we go. Now everything is oil sizzle. Everything sizzle is oils. There's no, what is that? What's that stuff called? What is it? I think it's, oh yeah, I keep thinking pre-glaze. No, it's not pre-glaze. It's the, gosh, it's been so long since I last did that. I can't remember what the heck that is called. Zenithal? Yeah, Zenithal. No Zenithal, nothing like that, because that's just dead. That is just dead paint that's just going to sit there, and you're just going to cover it up. Here we do that lighter dry brushy stuff. Then we do our little post glaze like this. That means that we are actually utilizing that dry brush stuff. And we're allowing it to mix along the way. That's really critical. So yeah, because of course with the oils, less is more and more is way too much. And again, even here, this one had no alkyds on it, and even this was pure cadmium red, cadmium orange, pure cadmium green, and even this was dry in a matter of 2.5 days, maybe at the most, which was really cool. Again, this was no alkyds on this whatsoever, and that is the latest YouTube video. And of course, with the alkyds, primary advantage there is they're going to set really quickly, which means you can kind of, well, do more of what we're doing here, kind of go back in. Also, too, we play the consistency game, thick over thin, and vice versa. Right now, we're doing the versa part. This is going to be the thick over thin. Before, we were doing the vice part. We were going thin over thick. Now, it is definitely quite magical, right, Uber Yeti? Let me get this. There we go. It was very distracting and that really light thing staring at me. Okay, let's start to play around with our freehand stuff here. So we know we need this right here. We also have to say hello to Grey Wolf Studio. Hey there, Grey Wolf. I hope that everything is going well there, Grey Wolf. Oh, that's right. I think it was Sovereignty won the Belmont. So apparently Sovereignty loves wet tracks because that's 2 wins for Sovereignty on wet tracks. Like really wet tracks. So Grey Wolf, if I have to send you some of the gardening pictures there, Grey Wolf. Yeah, we were doing another 1-to-1 scale terrain project today. So everybody, again, Grey Wolf, if you want to share your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Again, all of this is wet into wet here. Again, one of the advantages is if we don't like it, we can just change it. Real easy. Nice and easy. So we got the pattern. We're going to say it goes like this here. Yeah. And it goes all the way to the shield boss. Okay. All the way to the shield boss there. Yeah, I'll have to send you some pictures there, Grey Wolf. Basically, I think I might have solved the whole, garden not getting any sunlight thing by basically moving the garden. And it all started with a little bit of frustration over like the 3rd attempt to try and get grass to grow in this area. Again, I did really spend a whole lot of effort or whatever, but yeah, I went, wait a minute, if I do this, I think we can get a whole lot more sunlight in this area. Get the interior of that. More of our lighter stuff here. Get on that shield boss. Use this to get rid of that. Now that's just gonna have to sit there. So we're just kind of, again, here, I think we can start doing a little something on the skin tone here too. Well, Tizzle, glad that you're able to get that thinner. And of course, Tizzle, couple real critical things, right? These color charts are very handy. And again, the student grade oils, they will not be quite the same as what we can do with the regular oils, but you got to start with something, right? So these color charts, very good idea. And also too, don't forget, maybe something like this, where it's just one light color, one dark color, and that way you don't have to worry about color theories or anything like that. All you got to do is just, okay, fine, I'm just going to hit this with some lights, so it's some darks, and see what happens. So kind of make things easy for yourself, of course. You definitely want to do that. Make things as easy as possible for yourself. No need to be struggling right out of the gate. You can see there that's mixing with our that glazy stuff. It's even mixing with that initial dry brush. So again, that's why there's no zenithal at the top. There's just usually a mid-tone to darker mid-tone primer. Now see, that's starting to get a little more spicy with some color there, but underneath, see all this grayishness here? That's still there. That's not going anywhere. We're actually utilizing that. So instead of having to go back into those shadow areas, whatever, and try and get that, see that? See, I have like a little bit of grayishness there already on the skin tone. Now, of course, what's kind of a nice little in-between, and they are Winsor Newton as well, you can get these. So these are the Alkyd colors. These tend to be much less expensive. They're not student grades, they are the faster drying oils, and those sometimes are a little bit easier for folks that are new to the oils to utilize. Yeah, Tizzle, that's the hard lesson of the Abteilungs, right? Yikes. The brutal lessons of the Abteilungs. Now the skin tone, look at that. That's green. We're actually painting over green right there. But because that is very thin and we're going with a thicker application, which is essentially almost another dry brush. It's not quite a dry brush. It's in the neighborhood. All right, let's get some something on the face here. Again, you may not be able to see a whole bunch of what we're doing on the face just because, well, the bow is going to be in the way, and obviously we can only do so much with camera angles. So that might you might not be able to see everything that's happening on the face. Okay, so now we're starting to get that stuff in. Let's do a little something on these arrows here. We'll wait on that. I think we can do a little something on the tree right here. We're going to take, oh, look at this, radiant gray. The green, the violet. Oh, look at this, a little bit of our olive green. Come on, more of that. No, that's the tree green. That's right. Oh, how appropriate. So yeah, not brown for the wood. We're using a green here. And again, this was not long ago, right? That was a super shiny surface that would have been no way we could have done something like this. Don't be hasty, little hobbitses. Don't be hasty. Now, with Tizzle, again, sometimes you just got to work with what you can get. Now, Tizzle, if you can get stuff off of Amazon, whoops, wrong shelf. If you can get stuff off of Amazon, you can get these, because that's where these come from. These are the Paul Rubens, and a lot of the more recent videos we've been featuring these right here. So those are Alkyds. They're nice, gigantic sets of paints there. They have a lot of the stuff that we usually use. In fact, there was some unexpected, basically radiant type colors, like the radiant green, radiant violet, radiant blue that I'm using here. They're actually all the Paul Rubens paints. They're not actually the Gamlin Radiants. So you can see now our little trees starting to get our little veggies down here. Those are starting to get some little something there. So again, Grey Wolf, it's great to see you here. I hope that there hasn't been too much craziness with weather-wise and all that kind of stuff down there. There we go. Look at this. A little bit of our not radiant green here. So Valefair, hopefully today was a little bit more mellow. Speaking of weather-wise, it wasn't a max velocity kind of day. So the Paul Rubens is way cheaper than everything else that's out there. I mean, it is orders of magnitude cheaper. The fluorescent set of 12. And again, we've been doing a whole bunch of videos with the Paul Rubens. Yeah, come on. Now again, this is on the Amazon pricing. So you can get all 12 of these in one set. And it would get you about 1 3/4 tubes of the original, what is that stuff from Marion Street? Those fluorescent oils. Now again, that's the Amazon price. Pretty sure that Marion Street, if you get it direct from them, it's gonna be more like $16 a tube instead of 22. But again, still price difference. Now, I'm glad that you could get those replaced there, Grey Wolf. I'm still in the process of reworking ours myself. Now, with that new ladder, hopefully that does also mean that it will be a less deadly prospect. Okay, so you can start to see, right, we're starting to get some of our different colors playing out here. Geez, Velferret. Now, Velferret, the latest craziness with the vehicle saga there. Is that hopefully that's not going to be too difficult to solve there. Again, doing that. This is more. It's dry brush, but it's the wettest dry brush ever because it's all mixing. This is all mixing together. 41 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was not a touch of paint on this whatsoever. That's the magic of the oil paints there. Come on, there we are. You can see some of our lighter glaze. That's still in the process of setting. That's not dry, but that is setting. See, look at this. We're going to start mixing here. We're actually utilizing what is already sitting there, and we're doing some mixing. We might even throw a little bit of this on that down here. Again, you can see it's all just kind of mixing together. Look, we're even going to throw some of that on the tree here. Already starting to think about other colors here. It's happening up here, a little something there. Pouch. This. Where's my, there's me violet. You know what, I'll mix you with some of the green, and that'll be more of a grayish. Again, that's a dry brush, but it's all blend. You can see, look at all that dark stuff there. That is what was on the miniature. And again, Sea Dragon, thank you so much for picking up the hoodie there. Actually, I haven't, the only clothes that I have, I forgot. Oh, that's what I forgot. I was going to get my, my Scale Ale water bottle here. I forgot all about that. Here, let me just do this again. This is going to be a very elaborate cleaning of the brush right here. Look at that. It's a very precise and thorough cleaning of the brush. Now let's grab this later stuff here. Even less paint, less is more. More is always way too much. Tizzle, I think that's going to be the case because there was some alkyd medium that I used and it was walnut based. And even that, it was weird. It was like, wait a minute, this is alkyd medium. It's supposed to make things dry faster. Walnut oil, safflower oil, definitely will do that, Tizzle. Nice to see you there, Schloopflock. So, Schloop, I hope that everything goes well. Sea Dragon, I'm gonna have to get one of those for myself. Now, Sea Dragon, oh gosh, I think the heather. There should be like a heather gray. I think that's probably the one that I'll go for. I mean, usually I end up having something like that's black, but I think I'm gonna go for the heather gray if that's one of the choices. If it's not, I'll have to make it one. And again, that is on the that's all on the the merch store there. And of course, we have all kinds of stickers there. All of your favorites there. Book of Wapple stuff, our Hype Train stickers, all that kind of stuff is there. So Sloopflock, sorry that it's all going bonkers right there. Again, there's been, I think it's all on the East Coast, right? There's been a lot of, that's why the Belmont got delayed. And it was mighty wet there at Belmont, I think. Now, I'm just going to take this, and I'm just going to let that start mixing right in here. I was just using that on the bow. Now it's going onto the skin. And that's basically a dry brush there. Look at that. See how dark that is? That it used to be that much lighter color, not anymore. So yeah, that's this is again one of the most savage and dangerous creatures in all of Wappleville, right, Valfair? Right there, yeah. So Grey Wolf, I think that film noir should be very interesting. Actually, we got a couple of things that we can do with film noir, just to kind of again show the significance of various types of contrast. So now we don't have a whole bunch of our values established here, right? But let's do a quick little film noir. No difference between the blue and the green. It's all just, everything just dark. Everything is just dark. Now also, let's see. Ooh, let's grab this one. Also here, that just looks like clothes and skin. We bring this back. Well, all of a sudden it is revealed that that's actually translucent. That has nothing to do with value. That has everything to do with color, right? Because you can see the skin color behind it. So again, that's a color contrast. Also here, look at the edge contrast. Soft edges, hard edges. We bring this back down again. Also saturation. Look at the color on the cheek. There's a highly saturated color. Right? That highly sat. And then what's that? Green opposing that. That's what you need. And here, we haven't done a film noir on this one. Boom. I mean, yeah, there's some shading there, but boy, you really lost, again, the face, interesting, but when you crank up all the reds and yellows and everything else, big difference, right? And again, that is all kinds of contrast. It has nothing to do with just values. Yeah, that's, blinking is definitely an ill-advised thing. It's like, I wish I could blink. So exactly why is it that every one of these things you paint has some kind of sharp pointy thing and it's pointing at me? That is a very displeased weeping angel right there. Very dissatisfied. I think, oh, that's right. Last night we had I think it was a level 4 hype train, right, Valfera? Which meant we also had the wheel of hype train emerge. Yes, the wheel of hype trains. Well, looky here. Once again, that's a bit more of a little bit more of a dry, brushy approach here. Let's do this. Some more of that green down here. Oh yeah, that should be green. I just realized that's what that should be. Look at this. We're just going to change that color real quick there. Gonna get that out of that brush, make that dry. Now let's start fooling around with our blues yet again. Starting to think about even lighter stuff here. which is really just a light middle tone at this point. Grey Wolf, I have some more songs that I'm going to send you. Sorry that I didn't get a chance to do that. But actually, Grey Wolf, I was using a a couple of GPTs in Chat GPT. One that basically did the lyrics and the orchestration of it, kind of some notes as far as what should be happening. This is a chorus, this is this, this is a vocal, this is instrumental part of the song. And then I took it into another GPT within Chat GPT. Basically, I call them plugins, Grey Wolf. I just call them plugins because kind of like XSplit, my recording software has those. And then it was able to actually add the music to it because that thing well, we're calling it Skynet right now. That only gives you a 200 character prompt and nothing else. I was almost wondering, Grey Wolf, should I essentially go to write a prompt, like, because ChatGPT will help you condense prompts. Velfira, yeah, I never heard of that movie, Velfira. Never heard of that. And here, once again, we will post. This is where you can get this again on the Bellonac My Mini Factory page. Again, we don't have our usual moderator here, so we're doing that. We're doing that the manual way there. And we just happen to have the sculptor, creator, and artistic genius of Bellonac in the chat. So everybody say hello to Bellonac. Start to lighten this up even more before we start to come back with our. We have to start thinking about our tartan patterns already, because again, freehand. So this is in, and usually there's a pair of, so you can do the miniature version, or you can do the bust version, or why not both? Why not do both? So we're just going to slob that on there. We are going to take something that's softer like this. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Layers, so unnecessary, so unreasonable, so barbaric. No layers. I think I got that sound. That's what we're going to do. Yep, that's how we're going to do this. Okay. Alrighty then, we got that. I think that's how we're going to work that. Gotta let all this stuff set. How's about we change gears back to this down here? Where's my, here it is. Here we are. Let's see what we can start doing for our freehandy design here. We want over and we want under. So here's going to be our over. Another over there. Which means we need an over here. Whoops, move that further this way. Let's see, that is an under, so this has to be an over. We switch gears up again back to an under. You know what? We need more of that. We need more of that. Again, with the arrows here, we're trying not to snap those things off. Okay, so if that is an over here, then this needs to be an under. A little something more on that shield boss. We'll get some greens on that too. We'll use you, I think, as a... Yeah, we'll use you as a blending brush here. So see you later, Grey Wolf. Again, Grey Wolf, I'll shoot just a whole bunch. Well, I got a bunch of notes. I don't know if it's anything that could be useful for you, Grey Wolf. It's just kind of some things that I've been learning as I'm trying to create the music and stuff. The other thing that I was learning, and again, as I was creating this, it's weird. It seems kind of like you get one shot at it. The more you try to do, the more wacky it gets. So this was, again, that was one of the very first shots right there. And again, for folks that are just, okay, how in the world do I do tartans or whatever? That is one way that you can try to do something like that. No, 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 no. Let's retreat to some of this here. Because we're going to do the 2 mind of that. So have a good night there, Grey Wolf. Take care of yourself as always. Can we only do so much here? And then we're just going to have to exit and move on to another area here. So we're just going to have to leave that now alone. Actually, now let me do something a little bit here. Let me take this green here. There we go, and kind of knock some of this down. Like you do. I think I'm going to take this guy here. More of our radiant green. You know, a little bit of the yellow in there. Also, that is a whole bunch thinner. You will notice that is not just one gentle gradation. We went strong there. It is much, much lighter. Why? Because, well, we want that to blend and mix with what is already here like we're doing. Again, hashtag no layers. Now up here, again, we're going to have to be threading the needle here of the bow and the arm and such. I'm looking now, we still got to wait a little bit for that paint to set on the face there. So we're just going to have to be, again, patient. Don't be hasty. There's something on the banner there. Oh, yeah, let's get a little bit more of our later green back here. And again, that is mixing. Look at it. See that darker stuff on the end of the brush? That is, it's picking up paint here. It picks up that paint, and then it kind of, well, we call it the old plop and push. It's a very elegant way of describing what happens. We have a little bit more of our green up there too. Now let's start to think about our tartan pattern here. Now we're going to go with the, I like the broader tartan pattern here. We're going to do this. So let's take some of the, there's our sap green. Let's not make that too thin. Okay, where is the best way to begin this here? Do we go this way with it, or are we going this way? I think we go this way here. It's not usually what we do, but that might just work out a little bit. Also might show off a little bit of dynamism there. Now again, this has a little bit thinner in it. we'll start. Oh no! And what we want to do is we're going to take this back here. Again, this is the nifty thing about the oils, right? I just erased it. Yeah, good luck doing that with acrylics. Okay, yeah, we're gonna move that up a little bit. There we go. Okay, we have to, for all intents and purposes, create a little bit of a tugging and pulling on that pattern there. It's gonna dive down into here. Okay, we have all kinds of scrunchies going on, so we have to scrunchie up our pattern too. It's also another highly technical sculpting term. So again, yeah, I like the I think this does reflect more of the dynamism of the pose. Usually, that's not quite what I'm doing. I follow the hem or whatever, and I'm kind of glad that we went this route. So see how we're kind of steer stepping this down. I wonders, is it right here? Where is that thing? No, it's too far out of reach. I was gonna grab the that Loot Studios Guinevere, which actually I might have here. One second. Ah, there we go. So yeah, you can see how the freehand tracks with the undulations on the cloth. It might distort your pattern, but again, unless it's like a wet cloth frozen in the Arctic or something like that, just straight out like a flag on the moon or whatever, there's going to be these undulations, and it is going to have a little bit of an effect on how your pattern works. Doesn't matter what the pattern is. Come on. Is that about? That's about the same. And guess what? We're just going to keep on doing this. As we do this, you can see that gets less shiny. Hair is less shiny. This has basically no shine to it. This right here, we're letting that set because then we can come back with some of our darks, refine that pattern. We are constantly moving and shifting around the figure. See, here's another case where we got to get rid of that. And then it comes down here. So see, it's almost skipping. So it's here. Instead of going all the way down here, like there's no folds or anything like that. I mean, sculpting in these folds is not easy to do, no matter what medium you're doing, digital or otherwise. You might as well take advantage of all those folds. Now we gotta start thinking about how this is going to work here. Also, you can see where's my hand on that brush? Is it anywhere near that metal ferrule? No. It's as far away from it as you could possibly get. No death grip on the brush. Now here again, this is another area. Undulation. Distort the pattern. Continue. Then obviously we got to do this the whole other way. Remember, this was all wet, right? This is 1 hour 3 minutes. Well, I'm sorry, and 42 seconds. It's always those critical 40-something seconds, right, Belfier? So yeah, this was basically there's no way we could have done this as recently as probably 30 minutes ago. Not on this surface anyway. That's where the patience plays in. That's where working on other areas plays in. Now we have worked our way all the way down to here, and this almost has to start tracking in this direction. Now there's a whole bunch of dark right here, so let's not go too bonkers with this again. See where we're going to let that mix together. By letting that mix together, that's really crucial. Because that essentially shades our freehand for us. Let me see, I want that to be, so I have to almost, here, look at this. We got to take this, it's kind of fanning out now. Look at this. We're kind of scrunching our pattern, and then we're going to widen it out here. Why? Because I need this to be at an angle. I need it to be at the right angle when it comes to this part of the pattern. So we're just about there. That's one of the trickiest parts of doing the plaid and such is, see, now we're going to have ourselves a diamond shape there. I had to establish it somewhere. This is basically going to anchor it down here. And now it's got to start coming up this way. And I also wanted that to end in a very convenient place right where this cloth is. So then if I need to change directions a little bit, I could just, we have the cloth basically hiding that change of direction. That little piece of fuzz off of there. Hey there, Recoil. Nice to see ya. Recoil, oh geez, did I send you the pictures of all the garden stuff there, Recoil? In all this time, Recoil, what never occurred to me was, again, to, like, I hope I said that in the post there, is to bring the garden to the sun instead of the other way around. Now here again, this kind of went a little bit wonky, so we're just going to erase that. Yeah, Rico, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Everybody, please give Rico13 a follow. Come on, get up in there. And, oh, Rico, here is, I'll send you some more of these pictures here. This was the AI reference there that I was able to create of the figures, so that we had ourselves a little reference to work from. Also, again, it's something that people could see. Look at this. See how our pattern is kind of ending here? Again, my first instinct was to do this. Doing this, well, again, creative bias. Well, look what this did. This showed me, well, maybe you need to think of it as a different way. It said, how about what if you did it more at an angle? Then it would be more dynamic. Hey there, Sector X. Nice to see ya. As another late night of working, I assume there, Sector X. But thanks for being here, Sector X. Appreciate that, of course, as always. And well, you just saw the AI reference we were able to create super quick for this. Again, look at that. See, that really, again, is going to track the dynamism of this instead of going this way. Well, we'll just go, well, we can go hoplite Sectrix, or we can go full Roman. Yeah, we can go full Roman or full Greek there, Sectrix. Yeah, well, that's, what is, oh, kilts, that's right. Forgot about that. Yeah, it would be totally legit. We would just be wearing kilts there. Now look at this. Look at that. See how that is going to connect right there? We had to kind of space this out. Now this has to be distorted here. So we got to stretch this here. Gotta do some stretchies here on this cloth. So recoil, interestingly enough, I got a message from, another message again from the folks at Golden Maple there. They were asking me about grass tufts recoil. Now here again, all this kind of verschmizzled. So I'm just going to start here. We're just going to end that there. Now, oh, yeah, that's right. We got to do the rest of this here. Almost forgot. almost forgot that. First, though, here, let me hit this again, get rid of some of the paint that's there. And let's welcome in Russian Blue Art. Hey there, Russian Blue. Great to see you again. Everybody, please give Russian Blue Art a follow. So, Blue, if you want to share any fabulous things in the chat, please go ahead. We're painting up a Bellinach figure right here. 1 hour and 10 minutes ago. This was just primer. It's basically that color brown primer right there. So great to see you there, Russian Blue. Yeah, Rico, I'll shoot you a link to that. It should be hilarious. Now, again, it's a little bit different than what we were painting last night. So, this is what we were painting last night on stream. This is all part of our week of remembrance of the Battle of Midway. That is a Dauntless dive bomber there. Thursday, we painted this. So, more Dauntlesses. Also, Enterprise could be Yorktown, but it's actually Enterprise. Oh, and speaking of Enterprise, there is CV6. That's what we painted on Monday right there. So again, just a teensy bit different than this. Yeah, a little bit different. Nice to see you there, Wishnan. I hope that you're doing well. And of course, happy Saturday. Oh yeah, and well, I think our last regular miniature painting stream we did this, so that's even more wow with the colors right there, and very different again. So again, everybody please go. Wait a minute. That's not the brush we're looking for. This is the one that we're looking for here. Everybody please give Russian Blue Art a follow if you could. And of course, Russian Blue, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that, of course. Thank you so much, Ocean Cat. Appreciate that. Thanks, Uber Yeti. Yeah, it would be, again, those are some of my favorite architectures there, so it'll be really, really nifty to see those. So thanks, Uber Yeti. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Russian Blue Art just shared. And again, everybody, please give Russian Blue Art a follow if you could. Come on. A lot of that is in shadow there, so it doesn't have to necessarily be super, super, super bright either. Get a little bit more of that lighter stuff here with our radiant green. Okay, there we go. Now that is one area where the light would pick it up. Also, here too. And this is kind of the color scheme that we are working towards right here. So that shield design, you can see we're going to be putting a whole lot of wood and such on the figure itself. We've been working a grand total, what, 73 minutes on this? Yep, 73 minutes. Working with the oil paints as always. Now we're going to try. Where's my? Is it going to be the Prussian blue? And ultramarine blue here. There we go. Now, of course, here we can kind of start to follow our already established pattern. Makes that a little bit easier. Bingo. Right there. And again, we'll go on both sides of this. Then we also have to get our tartan pattern on the green, which there I'm going to do some accents with probably some reds and yellows on that. So again, everybody please give Russian Blue Art a follow, and thanks again, Russian Blue Art, for the raid. Appreciate that. And for the time being, I think at least for this coming Monday, we're going to be sticking with our 1/1800 scale ships. So again, that'll be more stuff like this right here. That's what we're going to be sticking with for our Armada Mondays, at least for next week, possibly the next 2 weeks. And then we'll start to kick back to a more interstellar format where we start doing some more Battlefleet Gothic style stuff. And it might just be more space croissants, at least to start off with. So Tundra Crusher, I hope that you've been okay. I know it's been a little while, and I also know that the streams have been starting super late. And again, my apologies for that. I am hoping that eventually maybe the Saturday streams at least are kind of an earlier start time. Because I want to use the Saturday streams to try and paint mass amounts of figures, kind of like our old Saturday challenges. Okay, again, now we're starting to carry this up over the top. A little bit more just here, Prussian blue. Because we are getting into a little bit more of almost like a shadowy type area here. Now again, just like with this here, we're trying to establish our freehand pattern sooner rather than later. We can always shade the pattern afterwards. We got to establish it first. And again, you can see that I really do like the dynamism of this at an angle here. So again, that's where the that was almost, it's almost like another person. People are always saying, man, I always want feedback or whatever, or I want to bounce ideas. Well, that is a way to be able to bounce ideas around. So Sector X, certain like a Terra Rosa or anything that is kind of like a Mars type color, that is going to dry that way. But certain oils are just going to be way more shiny. There's just some colors that are very shiny. And that's basically why things like something like a Terra Rosa, wait a minute, wrong vehicle, here it is. That's why it's used as rust, because it is such a, it dries almost like it's a weathering powder. Now the other thing you could do there, Sectrix, is what we have done in the past on several things, is you just use weathering powders. And I actually have done that, Sectrix, like, okay, let's say for something like this, if I wanted to actually shade that or tone it down, but without actually painting over the top, I would actually, you could even take like pastels or something and really grind those down, turn them into a powder, and then you could literally paint almost like a pastel type painting over the top, and that would maybe be a way to get that kind of more super matte powdery look. And Sector X, remember what we've been doing with the Trench Crusade stuff, where the paint has not dried or anything like that. It's still very fresh. And then we go in with all the weathering powders. And essentially the weathering powders are just kind of latching on to the oils. So there's no need to worry about fixative or any of that sort of stuff. So we've been conducting experiments like that, again, especially with the Trench Crusade stuff. That's been already featured in the Army Painter series on Trench Crusade. Also, a whole bunch of streams on Trench Crusade. We also did the Stigmatic Nun, that's right. So again, that is that didn't exist. I think we've done this what over the last 15, 20-ish minutes or so. And it all started up here with just literally one line, and then we built that, and of course we were able to stretch out and distort the pattern where, like here, right, with all these undulations, like this. You work it all the way to the end of the cloth there. One second here. That's more like it. You know, I need a little bit more of the Prussian blue. We'll mix a little bit more of our ultramarine in there. Now here it gets a little interesting because everything is scrunched up here. So basically only every so often are we going to have one of our blue crossbars here. And that's pretty much it. That is about it there. Let me get this up here. But I have to kind of do this almost in reverse of what we did. Let me get rid of that. That doesn't belong up there. Again, it's like we have an eraser. Generally, with the freehand, you want to try and seize the opportunity to put the most recognizable parts of it in the easiest to see places, in the easiest to reach places. Enough there. So Sectrix, you don't want to have a certain hobbit hat there. Don't be hasty. Alright, we're going to take this. We don't really have... We have our magenta. We got this red. We're mixing those together. That's it. We will take the Van Dyke brown and the magenta. And this is where it gets real interesting here. Why don't we just leave that be the green? Maybe we leave that be the green. Okay, let's do that then. Let's just try that for the time being. Wait a minute. There's a whole bunch of paint stacked on there. Let's get rid of that. We're just going to try and reestablish a couple of darks in some places. Like this the arrow here, we're going to darken you down a little. Also here, we're just going to get some thinner on there. And we're almost kind of like glazing that right back down again. So yeah, Sectrix, you can, well, like even in this state right here, if I was to take, say on the shield here, if I was to do weathering powders on that, since the paint obviously is still curing and everything, that would just, it's basically would dry together with the oil paints. Okay, so we've got, again, a little bit more value settled on that. Now we're going to get back up to the hair. Finally getting down to our Indian yellow here. That's going to make an interesting kind of an auburn type, you know, a little bit of the magenta in there. To darken that down a bit more. Also kind of enhance the color of that too. Make it even more of an intense reddish brown. Also here. Come on, get down in there. I'm going to try and throw a little bit of lighter color on the face. We haven't done anything there. Let's do that here. Whoops, wrong. There we go. There's our Terra Rosa mix. More of the violet in there. And that sticks. If I had done this probably about 20-ish minutes or so ago, that paint pretty much would have just bounced right off there. Would not have stuck to that. I know that that's just a really difficult thing to figure out with the oils initially. Alright, Velfera. Well, this should be interesting to see what happens to the freehand Velfera with the with our film noir. So yeah, 1 second there, Velfera. Let me try and get a little bit more of the value here on the face. Also some here, a little bit of, there we go. I'm just trying to separate that now, saturation and color temperature wise from that. Okay, there we go. So let's see what happens to our freehand design here of Velfera when we do. We'll film noir. Man, the green and the blue and even the skin tone almost imperceptibly different from each other till that color starts coming back. And there you go. So thanks for everything there, Velfer, and thanks again for alerting Bella to the shenanigans here. Appreciate that, Velfer, and take care of yourself. I hope that everything goes very well. This foot down here, how's about we start getting even more of our skin tones on there. Also up there. So see you later there, Velfera. And again, Monday, it's probably going to be either Bismarck or Scharnhorst or both, or just Scharnhorst. We'll see how that rolls. I just realized that there's some pieces and parts that I need to print out. We'll try and maybe do that tomorrow. I mean, they're tiny little pieces. There's basically some cranes somehow missing. They just never got printed in the first place. They usually would be on the combat sprue, but they didn't seem to be anyways. Alright, so now let's do it to the hair. Again, we have to, this has to be left for at least a good 20 minutes or so before we start screwing around with that again. So leave that alone. This we can play up here now. We can play up here. How's about some of that yellow maybe? What you gonna give me here? And even here we're that's still almost like we're dry brush in there. You notice again, no gentle slight lightening there. Nope, no layers. All this stuff is, you can see it's picking up all that darker color that is already here. And of course, you could spend, if you wanted to, hours and hours, days refining, whatever. That's fine. The idea is you kind of get to that stage faster. You get to that, okay, all the kind of your roots, your foundations, all that kind of stuff you're going to build off, that's in place. Instead of just, well, we're going to paint one tiny part of this thing, and only that until it's done, nothing else. We'll have no visual context of any kind, how this is looking in relation to everything else on the figure. Or we can work on the entire figure all at once like this, because guess what? It gets done a whole lot faster. As in, a lot faster. I think we gotta, we need to, no. There we go. We had to backtrack a little bit. I'm gonna get you some, also here. More on those skin tones. Again, gotta leave the face. Doing face things. How's about we rotate back down over here to Mr. Shields. Where we start doing some darker things. Let's start doing some of that. Almost even a little bit, almost like we're doing a little bit of weathering or something there. Let's see, so that was over, under, switch that to an over, switch that to an under. Here, it's all in a bunch of, got a whole bunch of cracks right there in the shield, so we're just going to let the pattern do what it's going to do there. I'm going to get rid of that part of this. So again, we're changing up the pattern just slightly here, at least for right now, from what we have in our illustration. There you go. See our shield boss here starting to darken this down. Now we're going to leave that alone. We get let's get into our greens here. Let's take our sap green. Payne's green. Now I'm going to go a little warmer. A little warmer here. Even darker. Bam. Separation. Look at that. How many brush strokes was that? I do believe Gimli said that counts as one. That's it. Do it again. There. One of these can be a blending brush. How's about you? Which means we gotta make sure there is no paint sitting in there or thinner or anything like that. Okay. Spread that out. Let it mix with what is already here. Like you do. Yeah, this up here. Again, spread that out. This is not a pin line wash. Paint is relatively thin, but that's not a wash. Otherwise, it'd be rolling all over the place. That'd be already rolling down the side of that log there if that was a pin line wash. That's going to be, we said this earlier, it's going to be one of the more tricksy parts of getting used to the oils. There's going to be a lot of consistency differences. And I know we joke about hashtag no layers, but we're serious about that. You start piling on a whole bunch of paint with the acrylics, I don't even care if you got alkyds going. You're going to be waiting 2 or 3 lifetimes before that's going to dry because you just you got too much paint piled on there. And that's a no bueno right there. Where's that blending brush? How about this one? Again, just a cheap old junky craft brush. But it's got a little bit of a softer edge on it, and we'll use that again to do a little bit of blending here. Let me take this again. Spread this out. So all of a sudden that looks dramatically different than it did just a second ago. Sometimes you work light to dark, sometimes you work in dark to light, and literally back and forth and back and forth. Now up here, let me take this guy, magenta, maybe this brown. No, let me get some of that Van Dyke brown going here. Now this is a bit more of a pin line wash sort of thing, but it's a limited one. It's on the cusp, but it's not quite there. Also, you can see that we're not trying to mix stuff here, right? We're kind of just touching the brush to it. Instead of actively pressing on that too much, because again, we don't want that necessarily to mix there. Come on, get down in there. Also, too, the colors that we are using, they are just naturally more translucent. That's, again, another difference between the oil paints and your acrylics is that oils, a lot of the darker colors are just naturally translucent. There are exceptions. Yeah, there's always lots of exceptions to everything with the oil paints. But in general, those darker colors, yeah, those are going to be much more translucent. How's about we take some of this here. Again, those are highly precise brush strokes right there. Look at that. Look at the precision brush strokes right there. Back to our blending brush again. Here, let me take some of this stuff off of the brush there. Soften that up. Okay. And that is just going to blend in and tint what is already here. Okay. Now's about we start to think about what we're going to do with our blue woad. Why don't we take our ultramarine blue here? Also, a little bit of that Sèvres, well, the not Sèvres blue. Let's get started here. That will spin all the way around here. And then we're going to have it start to go into a little different shape here. Starting out with more of a round out. Now we're going to do this. Extend this out a little further. There we go. Pattern comes from below now. Let's get our pointy end on that. Around we go. So you can see why we weren't getting super absorbed into painting a bunch of skin tones, because, well, we were going to be covering it with a whole bunch of this. Couple of things, just like our object source lighting, we don't want to have to paint the same miniature several times. That's why we do the object source lighting first instead of at the end. But there's also that issue. We just talked about it. You pile up too much paint on there. That will cause a host of issues. So again, that's why I paint a whole bunch of skin tone there. Now I can go back and just paint certain light portions of the skin tone there. Again, you can see how this is getting flatter and flatter, which means after we do this, we can rotate back around to what we were doing on the clothes. Let's do this to start with. And then we'll build off of that. Like we do. And of course, any part of the pattern we say, not too thrilled with that, we can then, well, guess what, make adjustments to it. I'm going to do one more there to a double stripe there. And let's start doing some stuff here. Again, reason why we didn't get too involved with a lot of shading on here is because we want to have ourselves some pattern here. Twist that around. It's got to start going this way. There we go, down and around. Going in this direction now. Changing this up. It's going to come down this way. And then almost kind of wrap around a bit. Almost like a serpent coil, I think. Have it come down this way now. Now up here, let's continue this. Further up this way. Now a little more thinner, not a ton. Not a ton of thinner. Over we go, and now we split this. Insert a little bit of a loop there. So again, reason why we didn't get a whole bunch involved in skin tone, because we figured going to be doing this instead. Now we can't just have this kind of end right before the cloth. We have to, that's got to go underneath that cloth. So we have to make sure that the pattern, enough of that pattern is kind of, for all intents and purposes, kind of hidden underneath the cloth there. And then even here, of course, where it's going to be really hard to reach a bunch of things, we're going to go strong with the woad there too. Might as well. So we're going to sneak this under here. Once we can get some eyes in there, that also is going to help too. Right now, though, we'll just focus on our blue. Guess what? That's also a little color contrasty with all this orange here. Well, what do you know? It's almost as if there was some kind of plan, like somebody was thinking. Now this is going to get tinted more towards the blue here. I'll just do this while the blue's sitting on the brush. Again, we are still not even at 2 hours yet. 1 hour 40 something minutes it looks like to me. Get the rest of this in here now. And then when we get into our tartan here, we're going to do those little, where what kind of connects the dots, right? We need to have some of our, some either lighter stuff or darker stuff. I think we will go lighter on those portions and then darker on those connecting points there. It's usually kind of how that goes with your tartan patterns there. Spin you back around here. Connect. Carry this down here. Again, we got a little point on the end of that, and then another little bit of a loop with a point on the end of it. And maybe this arm we only do a little bit of the woad/tattoo stuff, maybe not as much as we did other places. Connect that to this. Another little bit of a point there. And then we'll come back with our skin tone there as well. So we were talking about hitting this stuff here with our, let's try something lighter here. How's about we use, oh, actually, let me get a little bit thinner on that batch of white there. Well, that's lighter. That definitely is light. Let me see how this is going to work here. Because it needs to also be lighter than the... Okay, good. Okay. And at all of our connection points, going to put a square here. Paint is reasonably thin also. Oh, and by the way, these are the connecting squares, blue on blue, not blue on green. So blue on blue, then we'll do the darker connecting squares on our green. Typically what you see with a lot of tartans is there's going to be another, either a darker line kind of in between those. I'm not sure if we're doing that. We'll see. Well, again, we're only not even 2 hours in. We're still not 2 hours in yet. We might have done a teensy bit of freehand on this. See, that's not even going to be visible there. It is down inside one of our folds and undulations, so we'll just leave it be. Now I'm going to thin that down even a little touch more. Just a tiny touch more here. Like that. Good to go there. That's a little too much thinner. That's getting to be a little too round. And we want it to be as square as possible. And again, this is where the blue crosses the blue, not where the blue crosses the green. Now, a lot of tartan patterns do have also even there another color that happens where one of your colors crosses over another. Now, I wasn't trying to do any particular tartan pattern here. Get that a little bit of light down in there. Okay, maybe that little bit right up on top there. Oh, also here. There's one. There's one right here on that edge. Another one down in here. And now that kind of helps. You can kind of recognize what's going on over here. So now here where things get a little bit more difficult to see because the pattern is again more verschmizzled under there. Your eye kind of has this visual reference and says, "Ah, okay, yeah, that's it's just like on the other side." There's one, another here. Now here we can almost just have some fun positioning these in different places because again, it's with all the undulations and the folds and everything else, they will just kind of be almost in random spots. We'll have to get our lighter green up here. I'll do that after we get our lighter blue squares on those. Leave that be. Now let's do a couple more of these here. Right there. A few more. There, and then kind of leave that be, okay. Now here, we're going to change that up from more of the gold. I got this bluish gray on here. I'm going to utilize that on that shield boss. And then I'm just going to chuck a little bit of that down here on these rocks. Take a blending brush to it. Again, you can see how we're like really delicately doing all these very intricate layers. Yeah, not so much. Connect the dots again. More here. Oh, that's another one. That is definitely one we got to do. Here. Let's say there's one there. Now those green. So we're gonna go darker with that. So we'll take our sap green here. See what happens with this. What does this look like? Okay, we'll go with it. Maybe a little more. Now, if this, of course, was our perline black or whatever, that would really cover that inset. So I have to kind of work at that a little bit more with the sap green. All these connecting areas here. And then what I want to do is maybe have those lighter stripes come down through there, or we'll see how that's going to work. But we gotta, once we do this, well, then we have to move away from it again. Maybe start doing some stuff on the shield, I think, because that's had a chance to set for a while we've been doing the face, the tattoos, the hair. Those darker squares here. Got some up here to do, don't we? Well, some of them are almost lost in the undulations again. Should darken that down a little bit. Our spear here, I don't think we'll go rusty on that. We're just going to try and give it here a little bit of sky color. Now we got this lighter blue here. Let's start doing some lighter stuff on the shield. Also, let's get the manganese blue working into this. Yeah, some of our lighter blue again, which will also reflect a little bit onto that shield boss. If it's going to be any kind of reflective surface, and there's all this blue around it, and none of it reflects on there, that's kind of weird. That's kind of messing with the way light and physics work a little bit right there. And okay, now there is that kind of a crevice down in there. We have to pay attention to that. So yeah, starting to get some of our later blues here. This is maybe a middle tone. It's not highlighted by any stretch of the imagination. Just kind of a lighter tone. That's it. Touch more of our blue up there on that spear for right now. A little bit of lighter blue up here. Gotta get some of that lighter green up there too. Okay. Let this stop with the blue. Let's start to get some of our lighter yellow slash gold stuff here on the on our shield. Yeah, you thought we had our latest light. We have not yet begun to lighten. Even this is not white as light as this might look. Gonna start catching some glinty little things here on our shield boss. This is almost kind of a greenish yellow here, actually. There we go. Now I see it's starting to pick up some light there. So that is going to cross over that. That goes underneath. This will cross over here. Then underneath there. And I think this is another over here. Yep, that's another over. Under down here. If that's an over here, then that is going to pass over the top of that. Here, let's get this bottom rung of the freehand right here. Yeah, so you can see how this is starting to work its way around the shield here. Okay, that's got to come over the top of this here. Yeah. Gonna get here some more of this our Mars yellow deep. Move this over. Actually, this is also going to get moved over. Part of our adjustments here. Let's move that whole thing over here. Yeah, we're just wiping out what we just did. Is what it is. Try it again. I think that is the better place to orient that. If that goes over, then this should go under here. Try this again. Let's get some of our lighter yellow now again. Okay, that was over there. That one's going to go over this, under this. Our second row here. Looking for a pinkish color here. I'm just going to go up under the skin tones a little bit here, super quick. A little something there on that foot, a little something on this foot, a little something by the hand here. to start thinking about some of the lighter skin tones here. Because that's going to have to sit down there again because we changed directions. Grab some of this now. Get lighter skin tone, looks like. On the hands for sure. Got it. And then it also impacts our freehand pattern there because I'm going to tighten up what we did with the blue there. Let me make a little change here. Like that. Hey there, Doji, how you doing? Doji, if you want, I hope that you had yourself a fabulous Saturday. Here's hoping your Sunday is off to a great start. There was a much more of a one-to-one scale terrain project earlier today. Doing the stuff in the garden there, Doji. So yeah, Doji, you want to share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat? That'd be fabulous. So see, now we're starting to get a little bit of highlight going here on our skin tone, but we're just kind of targeting that into certain places. It also, as you can see, it kind of tightens up some of the edges on our... oh, that's a little too light there. Well, again, great to see you there, Doji. Appreciate you being here. There we are. Making a little bit of a change on that here. Same down here. Now we need to go back to our much later stuff up top here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Everybody please give Doji a follow if you could. Fabulous oil painted miniatures there by Doji. So Doji, I think I came up with maybe a little bit of a solution for that whole issue of the fence blocking out all the sun. I realized that if I just extend the garden out to where the grass just doesn't want to grow, that will be an area that catches a lot more light. So that might just do the trick. We might actually have our sunlight deprivation issue solved there. Sorry about the voice. And Doji, oh, I don't know if you had a chance to check out the new video. I did post that to the Patreon page earlier this evening. Right before I started the stream, I think, actually. Yeah, we posted this right here. That was where we were testing new oils. And Doji, believe it or not, even the cadmiums, it's all dry. It is stone cold dry, which is pretty wild. I'm going to get more light into that skin tone here. There we go. Over here too. Even though that's kind of in shadow, we still have to lighten it up a little bit more. Yeah, I figured there, Doji. I know that, like you've been saying, work has been really nuts there. He's hoping that at some point that subsides and you'll be able to, well, do some more painting as well. me see if I can't get some lighter stuff going on the eyes here. Just breaking this stuff down best as I can here with our thinner. Nah, I mean, even more. Yeah, now we're going to start getting the eyes going here if we can. Start to think about some later things on the face too. Hopefully you can get that one done. I know that's usually about 8 to 10 figs there, Doji, right? And something like that. Never actually done that myself, so I figure it's maybe around 10 or so tops. Well, obviously you might have other things that you're going to be swapping out. It's not just the same 10 all the time. Again, a little bit lighter on the skin tone up there. So now we're working around our tattoos and woad. Yeah, this is from Knacht Miniatures, My Mini Factory. Really, really fantastic STO files. Not just the large scale figs, but also there's busts there too. Let me try to lighten up some of this here. So total around 15 or so. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Kind of like a Blood Bowl team right there, Doji, where it's okay, 11 on the field, but there's gonna be some other guys. Again, letting that just do its blending. Same thing there. And then the same over here on this belt. Again, just let that much lighter color just mix with what is already there. And I might even go much darker in there too. Here, let's get some lighter stuff going there. Now we're going to retreat a little bit more towards the red on that part. And then here we're just going to switch this around. So that was that part of the pattern. Not a fan of that. So look at this. I'm just going to change it all here. Get rid of that. That doesn't belong there. Oh, geez, wasn't that some of the very first stuff there, Doji? Your Tokore stuff? And then there was it Tokore, then Eldfall Chronicles after that? Doji, I think so. I think, you did like a diorama type, stadium type thing, right, for your Tokore stuff? Darkening you up a little bit there, almost a little bit like our shield, but speaking of which, we can get back to this and change this around again. Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense there. Yeah, that's right. That was That was quite the project, your diorama there. Darken this down a little bit too. That's getting a little light there for the twine. Also gonna tone that down a little. And again, nowhere on this thing is there any weight. Everything's got some kind of color on it. No weight. It might look like there's weight, but there is definitely no weight on there. Might throw a little more lights on the hair and just in a bit here. Again, we're only a little over 2 hours in here. And that's again the whole point of this approach is to get to that point where you're doing refinement as quickly as possible instead of just, again, you're just working on one little tiny area at a time. Nope, we've been working on this whole thing, right? We've been bouncing around from one area to another. Yeah, I guess it's not thin enough. Try this again. And try to get some of the little knotwork pattern that is down in here. I think now we might be able, now do I do the white through here or do we do it in the offset? Let me just try it here and see how we like that. Or is that too complex? Let me try that. Let me see here. Couple of our lights there. Or is it? No, that might just be too much then. So we're going to take that away. And we'll do that down our green here. Let me try doing that. Unless that makes it too hard to read. So again, we might change this back. We'll see how that works. Actually, I think that might just do what we need it to here. Yeah, then we'll make that our darker square bigger there. Okay, that's what we'll do. Nice to see you there, surface tension. So happy Sunday there, surface tension. Great to see you. As always, surface tension, you want to share some fabulous Welshlandia painting there, please go ahead. I think surface tension, we could use a little bit of our ration there. Thank you so much. So see you later there, Doji, and everybody please check out that link that Surface tension just posted, so surface tension, there's your dauntless right there. Again, slightly different than what we're working on tonight, that's for sure. So again, everybody please check out that link that surface tension just posted, and then please give surface tension some kind words there too. Let's do more of this right here. Nope, gotta keep going with this. There we go, okay. So everybody check out that fabulous Mastodon link there that Doji just shared, sorry, that the surface tension just shared. So surface tension, this was one of those things where the first bite at the apple was pretty much the only bite that I got. After that, I could not get it to, because I had 5 different angles of the miniature, and this was my first colorization here. And then everything that I tried after that just went more and more wonky. Even when I said use this angle, which was literally this, and it kept showing me variations on that same front angle, which was really strange. Didn't matter how I phrased it. Yeah, surface tension. Actually, oops. There's another thing that you can see. It's on Drakenifel's channel, where they did another recent dive on USS Yorktown, which is basically an Enterprise class carrier. And remember those doors we were talking about? Remember we were saying those are like garage doors, and that's basically how the guy described them. Because under here, again on Yorktown, it was hit in 2 places. It was hit here by torpedoes, which blew all this out, and then there was another bomb that landed here. And they were actually zooming in on uh, these searchlights there, and also these gun platforms and the crane that's over here. But yeah, they were showing these were open, and because those were open, it basically vented the blast out of the main hangar deck. And of course, if you check out what Shattered Sword, that is another very interesting read there too. It was really weird. Surface tension to see actual underwater footage of the same carrier that I painted like, well, twice in 3D and once in 2D. Let me get a little bit more of the light there too. Down here, it's a little too thick now. So well, I mean, there was the initial damage that happened, and then they did the quick repairs, and that's when it got hit again. And again, that's why the Japanese, they thought they had it sunk, because you could even see kind of the CO2 tanks where they injected that into the lines there. I'm gonna try and lighten up my greens there just a little touch more. I'm gonna deposit some of this elsewhere first. probably do a little bit of a glazy thing on that too. So we're at 2 hours 25 minutes in here. And again, we have to keep constantly moving around. We can't just keep hammering away at the same area over and over and over again. Now, I do believe surface tension, some of the reasons why is because it never really got repaired after Coral Sea. So it was still in a state of disrepair, shall we say. And I think that had a little something to do with the final result there. Also, too, even the anti-aircraft guns, that was more of a hodgepodge, whereas Enterprise had already kind of claimed a lot of the 20 millimeter guns. So Yorktown still just had a whole bunch of the 50s, and that might have also impacted some of the air defense. They also just happen to have the bad luck of pretty much having like the best of the remaining Japanese pilots just happen to pounce on them. If they had been a little bit less experienced, they probably would have either been able to take them all out or they would have all missed. There we are. And I do believe then there was an Essex class carrier. I think it was CV-11. Then that ended up getting the name Yorktown. I think it was originally going to be Franklin. Now that's another little story that you can check out there too. Surface tension is Franklin. It was the worst damage of all U.S. ships to actually survive and make it home. That's why I like to say surface tension gone in 15 minutes, right? Now here that little bit of the white actually really kind of helps there. Bring this light down this way a little bit here. And we're going to be coming back with our darker green to solidify some of those areas, but never did get my lighter skin up here. Let me see where, I guess I can just balance my hand here for right now. Nope, not there. Okay, there we go. That'll work. Let's get something lighter here. And that's just going to mix with what's already there. Can almost use this as a little bit of a blending brush right here. And that, yeah, when you see how things as far as damage control and stuff were done with the other side, it was a little bit of a different approach. It was a bit more Jutland-esque, let's put it that way. holy smokes. Wow, that should make for, speaking of interesting viewing there. Trying to think the last time I've seen those is it's been years. No doubt about that. I'm going to wander back down here now. Some of our lighter yellows. And on the shield here. Because that crosses over, that goes under. That's going over that. See, that goes over. This goes under. Goes over. Then this goes under here. Well, that's going to be the most high def of all high def, right? Surface tension. The silly Marillion. Yeah, so now with well, I have found out that I don't know, I'm not quite sure, unfortunately, if, I don't know, maybe with Sky Reels, once I've kind of got this initial thing figured out, I might just switch back to more like maybe the $7 thing or something like that for next month. I have to figure out how to actually change all these things, right? Because I didn't exactly write down what date. Oh no, that's got to be an under. I signed up there. I should have done that, I guess. Okay, so that should be this over that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's something I'm going to have to start doing here. Surface tension is almost like make a calendar or something. And say, okay, I signed up on this date because I assume it's, right there on the month there. Let's see, so that's going to go over this. Let me take this brown, maybe some of our violet here. Little something on that. Let me try this dark again here. I think there's a few areas that I'm going to try and go super, super dark here. The Sky Reels works a little bit weird there, surface tension. Even though you pay a monthly thing, you're still basically charged credits every time you do something. I believe that images cost the least, music costs a little bit more, but obviously the videos cost more. And then if you're trying to do a character, that's what I found out the hard way the other day, is that the character generation, that takes like half of your stuff for the month. And of course, I hadn't run into any other ones that worked like that. So that was a little bit of a surprise. Again, all of this stuff is just kind of learning on the fly, right? Surface tension. But yeah, there was some unexpected things where it's like, wait a minute. So I might switch over to another one maybe that doesn't do that. Again, I take advantage of what I can get out of this in a month. I can always sign back up again, right? And then there's those kind of like the GPTs, right? Like the plugins, the kind of the thing within the thing with GPT. But yeah, every time I tried to do another permutation of this thing, I kept getting like worse and worse versions of the original thing. I know we were talking about that on the last stream there. So again, just trying to work in some heftier darks here in a couple of areas. Me trying to get some real dark stuff going over here. I think the one that I've been using is the 04 surface tension. That might have been why there was a little bit of difference in, the thing where you can kind of draw on the screen there is because I'm working with 04 and you got looks like 03. I think okay, we got our dark in there. We've got maybe some dark we're gonna scare up in there too. Yeah, it's weird surface tension. That's pretty much all I've been doing, right? Is the image generation, and it does seem like so far the GPT that has worked the best so far. The sky reels image generation is really not good at all. I think the sky reels is almost more geared towards kind of cartoonish type stuff and more animated type stuff as opposed to more realistic forms. I don't know if you've ever heard of VidNaz. That is another one I might try. Again, there's all of these little cuts and everything in the shield there. Trying to get that much heavier dark going there. Maybe even in the hair down here. That's more of the Van Dyke brown right there. Let me see if I can start to do something around the eyes here too. Yeah, it's funny, surface tension. I heard a ton about that months ago, and then not much since. Yeah, it was all over the place, and then it all kind of went away as far as hearing about that. Again, just trying to work in a little bit more dark down there. Let me see if I can, on the tree. Yeah, let's go a little bit later here on the tree too. Like that. Or darker, sorry. A little bit more dark there. Let me see if on the hair I can try and get some really, really, really light. So I'm going to take this or yellow over here. I'm going to have to get some of the white in there though. Hopefully that does not turn. Okay, yeah, that's actually better than the yellow that is there. That is not where that's supposed to go. We'll just erase it then. The other thing that's been kind of weird is, and we've talked about it before, is the whole where GPT just says, "Well, you're done now. No more in this conversation. You got to make a new project or a new chat or something." Well, that's actually something I got to do after the stream here. Is basically colorize that eBay rescue Mumakil in my Harad stuff, kind of like what you did with the Easterling miniatures, right? And you covered the race car with them. I got to do something like that with my Harad stuff. We'll see how that works. And again, this sculpt right here, this is from Bellinach, my mini factory. Now I'm going to actually get some of this down here on the shield too. Not everywhere, but just again in a few places there, bringing this all the way down here. But yeah, still just every time I think I'm kind of, it's a little bit like printing surface tension. You think you're kind of getting a handle on stuff, and then all of a sudden there's some new weird surprise that happens, and you're like, well, okay, I didn't see that one coming. Let me see. You know what? I'll just take here the stuff I've been using for the skin tone. That's going to be even lighter for the hair. Trying to really kick something lighter. I'm going to go even more with the really light stuff here. Ah, that's it. That is it. Nope, I gotta thin this down again. For whatever reason, yeah, we didn't really have our really light red on the hair just yet. Yeah, we need some more of this. Let's get that going here. Fine, we'll sneak a little bit more in there. Up there too. More out here. Couple more highlights on this part of the hair. Kind of cascades down a little bit there. And it was still really weird. I know we were talking about that again yesterday. On the iPad there, it worked completely differently. I mean, it was like it was not even the same AI. And I was using the exact same thing, and boy, did it act different. And even again, I could actually do a little bit more with the drawing tool, but I couldn't say, draw out an area and okay, now drop this image in that indicated area or something like that. That was really strange. You get me a little light over here now on this on the bow. Not a ton. No, that's too much. We shall take it away with our blending brush there. Should probably catch it. Yeah, a little something more on that. Hopefully, yeah, I think now that is starting to definitely look much more like a shadow area there. I'm gonna try. Let me see here. Let's see if I can do a little bit of lighter blue here on the woad on the face there. A touch of it there. These guys got a little bit wonky. Maybe doing a bit of cleanup here. Also here. Because we can't have that all just be that same dark blue. Yeah, the only... And I was trying to do it for the Wapilius Spellbrush character again. That was a talking avatar on Vidnaz. Now that, well, it's very limited, obviously, but at least there I can actually download the stuff that I make, the little sample things. Whereas the one that I'm doing with the Chat GPT and the music, it will create the music, but it doesn't let me download it. I could share, obviously the website link or something, but yeah, I can't actually download that. So that's another. Again, you've kind of learned the hard way with these different folks what they do. Now let me get to this this darker green again here. 1 second. And we're going to try to rework this a little bit here. Uh-huh. Oh, there we go. It's always kind of easier to come back at this area here with the darker stuff because it's just easier to get the brush to be smaller. Whenever you're using something like the white, it's just going to be this kind of extra heavy, thicker lines. I figured I was going to have to come back and edit those like what we're doing here. And that starts to bring back the green part of our pattern here. I could have gone with a simpler pattern there, I guess. Now again, with the green, I think we're going to leave that just be the green fabric, because that'll, again, give the eye a place to just kind of chill out. And now I'm going to also here, let's work in a little more resolution here on our design. A little bit more of an outline right there. Okay, that's an over, under there, over there, under there, which makes that one an over. Same over here, so that's an over, this one is an under. I'm just going to get rid of those bits there. And now I'm going to maybe come back with my little manganese blue hue there. Okay, lighter blue here. I can go Smidge lighter maybe here. Okay, that's a lot of light there. That is definitely a whole lot lighter. Let me break this all down real quick. Trying to catch a couple little bits of my wood pattern here. And I only want this lighter blue kind of on the upper reaches of the shield here, not doing that down there. I'm just even contemplating doing some weathering powder stuff. I might try that. Here, let me see what we got. So we got this. There's the greener. I think is that the same stuff here? That's already out there. Yeah, that's already out there. I might try to. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. That is it. So unfortunately, Sector X is not here to see this, but yeah, I'm gonna throw this. We're gonna get some muddy stuff here on our cloth. So let me just clean out this brush here that's been sitting there for hours now. And I'm going to use this thing, I think. Let me switch these around. Okay, that's better. So again, just going to inject a little bit of that on there. Not a ton. And then this is where I'm going to really try and do it here is on our cloth. It's going to muddy that up nicely. There we are, more mud there. Plot twist. We got some mud going here now. It's like the Celtic version of Trench Crusade, right? Surface tension. And again, that's just kind of latching on to the oil paints that are already on here. And see, I'm even getting a little bit of paint on the brush now. Because, yeah, that would be kind of on the muddier side, wouldn't it? You would think. But it doesn't wipe out the pattern. And this is the thing that I was trying to tell Sega. You can still see the pattern underneath there. It is the driest of dry brushes, right? Surface tension. Okay, I'm going to let that put away. So yeah, actually, I was originally going to go look for some cough drop, but I was even thinking of maybe looking for the... Oh, I think it's just soot. That's what it's called. Yeah, that was soil, the one that I just used. I think the one I would like to find would be the soot. And that's another one of my powders. Well, I'm probably going to be wiping some of that away, but I need to get some lighter stuff going on this tree right here. That is something we've been waiting on for quite some time. There we go. Well, that really makes a difference, doesn't it? Look at that. Big difference there. So surface tension, if you check out the Army Painting series on Trench Crusade, we did it there. Also the Stigmatic Nun, we did it there. And then, of course, we've been doing that on stream a bunch. That's actually, I think the first time I tried it, surface tension, was on stream. And pretty much every single Trench Crusade figure that I've painted was just, okay, the oil paint is still wet. Let's hit it with the weathering powders. There we are. Yeah, we were kind of missing some of that. Nice to see you there, Inganes. How you doing? Happy Sunday, Inganes. And of course, Inganes, please share some of your oil painted stuff in the chat. Everybody, please give Inganes a follow because Inganes also does the oil painting. So again, give Inganes a follow if you could. Now here we're gonna just divvy this. I don't know. We'll do our square pattern here. That typically goes like this. Except very, 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 very worn out. So yeah, surface tension just while and it just kind of, again, just kind of dry brushing it on. And you can see how it's basically semi-translucent. And talk about, zero shiny texture. Zero shine. It's like anti-shine powder. So again, Ingun is if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now I know I think you've been able to do a decent amount of streams lately. I know not probably as many as you would like. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ingunes just shared, and please give Ingunes a follow if you could. Okay, now we might start doing some stuff with our white here. Now, even this is not straight up white because it's pretty much got some of the surrounding colors in it. Let me try to get that on our pattern here. We're going to lighten that up too. Let's lighten you up a little bit more. Nope, we have to go in the opposite direction. And again, this was the quick little reference created there. So wish me luck there, surface tension again, because I've got to try to take that entire Mumak and somehow get the cloth parts of the Howdah to have my Harad color scheme on there. We'll see how that goes. Now we will see. I think by the Monday stream we should have Armored Wolf back doing the moderations. Oh, that's good. That is good. And again, everybody, please check out that that link that Ingunes just shared. So yeah, surface tension. I got to decide now. I'm hoping that I can use the drawing tool on that and just say, okay, here on these cloth pieces, You know, because well, basically I'm just looking. Am I going to have a purple olifant surface tension or like a purplish blue olifant? That's what I'm trying to avoid. Hilarious as that might be, that's not quite what we're looking for. And guys, I hope that that's been working. It's been really weird to think of like almost a yellow ochre as part of our object source lighting, right? But that seems to kind of work well with the candles. It kind of gives them that weird waxiness, right, Inganis? So again, what I think I'm going to do is real quick, I'm just going to snag myself a cough drop here. I mean, well, we're only, well, oh geez, we're 3 hours in. I thought we were only 2.5 hours in on this. Yes, sir. And then the other thing, surface tension that I got to mark is sigils, right? Because you want to have, that's pretty much a must-have on the Moomox. There is the sigils. And I don't want to do just the usual red whatevers on there. So I have to determine, okay, do I have it do a variation of my freehand as the sigil? Or let it come up with something? Okay, yeah, that might just be a little better right there. That's right, and guys, I'm looking forward to get a chance to using the brilliant yellow pale again. It has been a long, long, long time, Ingane, since I last used the brilliant yellow pale. Let me see if I can not try to maybe get something for the eyes here. I don't know, maybe I'll try to... No, they're not all that big. Let's just go with this, see what happens here. Okay, I think we've got that now. So see you later there, surface tension. Have yourself a good one. So this is from Knacht. I can, believe it or not, well, I'm going to have to do, I'm going to be my best Armored Wolf impersonation here. And that is it. Actually, Bella was in the chat earlier there in Ganes. So, yeah, Velfira gave Bella a heads up, and Bella was in the chat earlier. So that was really, really fun. We appreciate Bella joining us here on the stream. And I don't know if you remember this one. This one's actually on the YouTube channel right here. That is one, since I think it's a one piece, I'm going to double check that it's a one piece. If that is a one piece, I'm going to try to see if I can't print that out FDM style, like really big. And that might be my .2 nozzle experiment there in Ganes. Because I haven't done that yet, and we're kind of at the end of a spool right now, so it might just be the time to try that out. Let me get my lighter green here. That's better. So I have a great stroll with the hound. There's surface tension. And our little dark that goes there. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Now, Gunners, have you printed up? I guess you could print up some Trench Crusade terrain. I know. I think even believe it or not, I think it's sitting right here. It is somehow. So there's a lot of neat Trench Crusade stuff that's out there to print FTM style. That's for sure. Everybody, please give Pascal a follow, and of course, Pascal, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Now, Pascal, I know it's a Sunday there. Wasn't sure if you were thinking of doing a Sunday stream. I know sometimes you do those. So Pascal, this is a little bit different than what we're painting tonight. This is what we painted last night. So yeah, that's quite the different subject matter right there. And of course, for Thursday was flat top, flat Thursday. There you go. That was our Thursday stream. And of course, Monday was this here. Got a little bit different topic right there. So that was a jointless dive bomber. Yeah, Inganes, and just I don't want to say indestructible. You never want to use that word, right, Inganes? But it is less breakable. I think that's what it's sturdier. We'll use that term. It is sturdier. Especially as far as terrain goes. There's been times where it's taken some substantial hits and it seems to have survived. Now if there's little, well, what would we say, kind of there's some fragile pieces on there and it takes a fall. Those fragile pieces could break, but they tend to just break right there in Ganes instead of shattering into 1,000 little pieces. Something that's resin that hits the floor, that's just gonna pulverize. And trying to throw some more darks down here. And again, this is from 3D printed from Knacht. And again, we had some fun. We went in and we tried to colorize it there, see what we might want to do freehand pattern wise, that sort of thing. It just reminded me that I want to get a little bit of bluish color there on that. Come back with our light again. Now there we are. And of course, Encahanes, that one piece on there that was just wood, that I had to carve a balsa wood piece because for whatever reason, the piece, and I'm sure I will find it at some point. It's around here somewhere. I was even checking garbage cans for it. Ah, there we go. Okay. Let's do this now. You know what? I'm going to try to get a little bit lighter on the rocks down here. Well, first let me go grab that cough drop there so that the voice can survive the rest of the stream. So again, don't anybody go anywheres because we shall be right back here. Just like the sign says, we shall return. we have returned as promised. So thanks again, Pascal. And again, if if you're going to be streaming or something like that later today, let folks know. I'm going to see if I can start to play around again with some of the skin tones here. Stuff that maybe is not going to be our blue woad here. See if I can try to figure out a way to reach in there. We got that, now I need the lighter blue. Ooh, not that light. There we are. It's gonna end up hitting that the line on her bow. It's just it's how it is. Now let me see what we can do with our tartans over here. We're just gonna try to tidy up some of our squares here. Oh, we never did get our lighter green up there, so we'll do that now. There we go. There's our pattern kind of continuing now. Hey, oh, I'm glad you're still, well, I was wishing you could get a little bit more sleep there, Blades. I know it's always kind of an in and out sort of a thing. It's kind of sleep and then awake. That's kind of how it's been for me too there, Blades, for whatever reason. Just been waking up an awful lot. Not quite sure why. So we're going to get a little bit of our blue there. Now let's try to get some of our lighter greens here. Like that. Now we also need a little bit of our skinny tone here. We don't have really hardly any of that there. Same deal over here. Gonna realize there's a lot of shininess and stuff here, a lot of reflections and all that. It's just over the course of time, that just starts to go away. Blades, what I've done a lot of times is I try to get like those little things that you're supposed to like kind of, they hook onto the side of your bed and they're supposed to hang on to your phone or your device or whatever, and those things just never seem to work. They always just seem to fall. So I basically just take the ugly dowels and I kind of construct a they end up holding the phone. Which you would think that wouldn't work too well, the very soft, squishy, ugly dowels, but they tend to work better than those things. And of course, if one of those falls on your head, at least it's not going to hurt. Because inevitably, that stupid thing that ends up like separating from the whatever it was hooked onto, and the whole thing comes crashing down on top of your head, usually with the phone included. I've had that happen more than once. So again, we're just trying to get our little black squares back again here. Well, dark green, actually. So there we go. Now, Blades, hopefully you'll be able to get back. Let's see, Monday you'll be streaming the Dragon again, right, Blades? Where's my, here it is. There's my dark brown. Just realized we should put some of that down in here. Now let's darken that up a little bit more too. And again, if you want to share that blades in the chat, please go ahead. I know you did that way earlier. Again, I think that might just have to be a little darker. Now again, I'm pretty sure that Bella has gone off to sleep now. We appreciate Bellinok joining us here on the stream, of course. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. And everybody please give Blades a follow while you're at it. So again, as we talk about our Monday stream, that's going to be Armada Mondays still, like always, but I think we're going to be going back to our more of a terrestrial thing where we're going to be doing some of our 1/1800 scale ships, and these I think will just be in 1/1800 scale. They won't be, we won't be having a larger like the Enterprise was. Just kind of a special thing that we were trying to do there for our Midway remembrances. Come on, there we go. Okay, a little bit lighter there. And we'll leave it as such. See if we can maybe chuck a little something lighter here. I will be taking some of my flock and foliage, and we'll put that on these things, on the logs and stuff. That's going to give them a little extra color, a little extra texture. It'll bring that green down to here. So again, there's going to be lots of green foliage. Oh, speaking of which, what have I been totally forgetting about here is, well, our green foliage. Because yes, we do have some green foliage, and that's also going to act as a nice little contrast to the weathering powders we put on there. So again, everybody please give Blades a follow if you could. That'd be super cool. Just trying to squeeze at the. I keep thinking that because there's a basing bit that literally is just a log like that, and then there's our ferns and stuff. So I keep thinking that these are some basing bits that I put on here. These are definitely not basing bits. Well, they kind of are, but they're part of the sculpt. And again, this is from Bellinok Miniatures on My Mini Factory. Go check them out, and remember that Bellinok, there's a summer sale that's going to be happening probably not too long from now. I think it maybe happens in July or something. And again, there's the individual files, but then there's also kind of your groupings. So there's kind of like the Greek goddesses or whatever. You could probably get a package of those. Those might be 20 something, or you get them individually for 6 or 8. And I don't know offhand what the prices are, but again, you can go to My Mini Factory, check out Bellinok, and see for yourself. And we do have one giant, I think it's one of the Aphrodite busts there that's printed out in FDM style. Let me get some of this violet here. Nope, break that down some more. Gonna try and use this for some of our rocks here. There we go. Yeah, not gonna go bonkers with the rocks here. Just want to try to get a little something on there. Maybe even a little something later on that shield boss there. Actually, Blades, I think I have to send you the Gondor song. I think I sent you the Rohan one, right? But yeah, there's a Gondor one that was created. That was it's funny because there was one version of it. It does basically does two versions at once, and the one version was like, oh my gosh, that is not spectacular, and then the other one was really good, and it kind of is how that goes. Again, trying to just get me some lighter stuff on the rocks there. Let's try and get some lighter stuff on our plants down here, perhaps. Where's my... That's not my lighter green. There it is, up here. Again, that stuff there, I might even just take my dry brush type thing to it and hit that with something much darker. Now up here with these greens, we got to figure out something here. I am trying to get me a little bit of light on this, but it can't actually end up being too much. Let me see if I can do a little bit of blending brush here now that we've got at least something on there to mix with. We'll do this again now. Yeah, I think that's a little better now. A little lighter green, maybe up on the top of these, of the little pennants here hanging off of the... That is a mighty spear, that's for sure. Holy smokes. That's more like a harpoon right there. And again, this is 3D printed from Knacht Miniatures. Here's another little example, and again, this one is up on the YouTube channel right here. Maybe lighten this up a little bit too. Geez, and guys, now it's been a long time since I did some Trench Crusade stuff. I have a bunch of it printed. I just have not had a chance to do any prepping of that. There's a ton. That's probably what I'll be doing a lot of tomorrow. Actually, is to prep in miniatures. I might be prepping dozens of miniatures tomorrow. Hey, Grandpas, how you doing? Welcome back. So yeah, Grandpas, this is from Knacht Miniatures, and it's that Catha, Celtic goddess of war. You can see I got the link. Well, if you scroll up further in the chat, you'll see the link there. So great to see you there, Grandpas. Yeah, this is one I've been waiting to do for quite some time. then yeah, there's just a little bit with some wood, some tattoos, some tartans. And Ganes, I think, well, obviously I gotta still continue with that Code of the Seven-Headed Serpent Army Painter series. I believe we're on episode 4 of that one. Well, Grandpas, if you wanted to share any work in progresses or something like that in the chat there, please go ahead. I think I have more new Antioch stuff. I've got, actually, what I'm trying to get is some of the, oh god, was that the Red Brigades or whatever? I'm trying to get some of that stuff too, Inganes. I keep meaning to get that stuff on my mini factory, but I've kind of had to print out other things instead. So I haven't really been thinking too much about the Trench Crusade stuff. Yeah, well, that might just be something that we can do that. Well, here, what if we were to take this right here, now a little bit more of the white in there. Make sure we got enough opacity here. Now I gotta start breaking this down here. This is way too thick there. So everybody please, it's a Santa Sniffs Paint. Again, that's check out Grandpa's Stump. Okay, that was what we wanted to add into here now that we've got our little bit of that darker black around that. The other thing I got is, the Winged Hussars. Yeah, the Winged Hussar bikers. I know Armored Wolf was really wanting those. So again, at some point I'll try to get those files too. And unfortunately, with all of the stuff that we're doing with the image generation and everything, that's kind of where coming from what would normally be, say, my mini factory purchases there. We'll put it that way. Okay, so there we go. Now we have a little bit of yellow in there too. Let's do that on this side now. Let me see. So 3.5 hours ago, how much paint did this have on it? It had none at all. This here was just a primed miniature and nothing else. Actually, I might also get my that really dark stuff around the edges of the base here. Because that will tell me just how dark have I actually been able to get with, say, the stuff on the base. And if you remember, we had to do a little bit of a shift here because this was way over here. We had to move this thing over here. It meant kind of wiping out what we had done, but that's how it goes. And of course, the oils do make it far easier to accomplish something like that. I'm gonna try to get some of the little bit of reflected light too on the belt there. Down here. Okay, yeah. That's it. That really does help. That little teensy bit there. So yeah, Grandpa Stump. I kind of bounced around with some of the different tartans. I know we've done. Well, there was a couple of the Cathy, a couple of the Cathy figures, like the Cathy Goblin. We did some tartans on that. But then there was what was? Oh yeah, our fiefdoms. Dol Amroth. Well, they were the clansmen of Lamadon. We did a whole. That was probably what I think about 12 of those we did with all of the woad and the tattoos and the tartans on those guys. You know what? I'm going to try and get a little bit more of that up here. Right along the edge of the hair. Here. Also over there. That's fantastic, Grandpas. Now that was more of a straight up kind of a blue tartan there that we did on the Clansmen of Lamadon, part of our Dol Amroth army. We work in some of our lighter stuff right there on that. So now here I might see if I can get a later skinny tone on the cheek here. Start breaking some of this stuff down here if I can. And we gotta try and reach this through the little gauntlet there of the bow. Almost got it. There we go. Okay. I'm also going to try and get a little bit of the... Yeah, we need some light right there. Oh, that actually, Grandpa's... Have you ever tried to do any of the Slanya figs from Warlord? That is another thing that I've got to try and... I was having some fun. Speaking of... That was another occasion where we had a chance to do some woad and some tartans. Was on the Slanya figures from Warlord. That's right. I had to find... Gotta find those, gotta get those prepped. They have a bunch of them. Yeah, we got a bunch of those guys. Yeah, that's again, that's from Warlord. That's Slanya. That was at one point. There was even they were trying to make a role-playing game out of it. We I know I was gonna try and have a whole campaign of that. I even had a map drawn out and everything. Let me try to go a little slightly later on the skin on our feet, right there. As light as this seems to be, this is not necessarily the lightest skin tone here. Work some of that back to the top of the arm here. Oh, that's gonna be quite the project there, Grandpa's Jump. Alright, now back over here. We're going to try and tighten up some of this. Here, let me get my hands rearranged here. And you can see that also reorganizes the tattoo shapes there just a teensy bit. Start to, man, this is why we didn't do a whole bunch of elaborate skin tone stuff only to cover it with all the tattoos in the world. Do that stuff first. Then when I come back with the later skin tones, that actually is going to act as a, kind of as a sharpening tool on our freehand, as opposed to us just basically covering over everything we've already painted. Grandpa's, we still have the long ongoing project of painting every single army in Middle-earth, including the legendary legions. Also have 17 different bolt action armies that I've been working on. Now, let's see, we're getting some of our light there on the lake again. Blending brush. Not that one. This one, maybe. Just taking the edge off of that slightly. Maybe we'll try and catch a little more light in the inner portion here. Again, that also serves to do a little bit of tidying up there on our freehand. So see you later there, Pascal. Have yourself a fantastic stream, of course. Now, Grandpa's our subject last night was a wee bit different. Yeah, that is a little bit of a different genre right there. That was last night's stream, and then the night before that, we did this right here. It's flat tops for Flat Thursdays. So thank you so much for being here, Pascal, and have yourself a fabulous Sunday. And again, for our Monday stream, the usual Armada Mondays, but instead of Battlefleet Gothic, it will be will continue with a more terrestrial form of our 1/1800 scale ships. Yeah, Grandpa's really loved doing those, and of course, just ironically enough, Drakenifel, he had a couple of guests on his YouTube channel, and they were showing the footage because he was on this dive, a very recent dive of Yorktown, and basically seeing all the parts that I just painted in tiny scale. Obviously encrusted and battle damaged and everything. Like even some of the same gun mounts they were showing. Having painted those in, well, 2D and 3D just the night before was pretty wild. That was very unexpected. And well, we will be getting into our Royal Navy. Like I said, we'll probably start with the Submariner portion, like Barham, Royal Oak, Eagle, Glorious, Ark Royal, Hood. We'll start with those first, and then we'll get to the surface fleet. Oh, also let's not forget the Repulse and Prince of Wales. And then we'll get to the surface fleet. Have to start getting some more of our Kriegsmarine ships, and of course we have a very extensive Regia Marina. We also have the Marina Nationale underway. I need to get more of those ships too. For whatever reason, I thought for sure Coco's models had done a Surcouf, but I guess he did not. No, not even gonna play with that. Not gonna mess with that. Let me see what I can do on the bowstrings here. I think we're less likely to run into contact with those. Less likely, not unlikely, but less likely. That really actually needs to be our blue there. You know, I might even try to fish a little bit of that onto the belt here, because look at that, it would be reflecting that. Now, speaking of which, we had a whole bunch of dark on that belt. Let me see if we can go a teensy bit lighter there. Not a ton. Right, now we got this green for a reflection there. Now that's what we needed to do, okay? And this, I'm going to take the blue, we're going to white this out, and then come back with our pattern here. Let's do that, and now let's do the darker blue again. That is here. There we go. That wasn't quite in the right place. Now that sounds fantastic, Grandpas. It is nice having different genres and such to be able to work on. Because, well, it doesn't get stale, right, when you're working on a whole bunch of different, very divergent genres. Okay, now we can go super light with this here. Let me just grab this. Guess that's not quite thin enough. Get a little bit more of my Silver's blue on that. Try and clean up a couple of these guys here that are maybe in the lighter portion. Also, too, we gotta reorganize this here. Let me see if I can get some blue skewered up for that. And again, the muddy stuff there, that was actually done with weathering powders. Make that change direction a little bit there. Make that a little thicker, perhaps. Hey there, Landrast. Now, so Landrast, I don't know if you saw we sent the link to the new video earlier. right before the stream, so that'd be about probably 5-ish hours ago. Ah, that's good, that's good. So, Landrast, I think I sent you all the pertinent songs there. Now, there's other ones that were kind of like things that maybe weren't, they were okay, but then there'd be some part of the song where it kind of fell apart. There's actually a couple of more bluegrass Rohan songs, but I can't download those yet. I would have to get the paid version of it, so we're waiting on that. Okay, we're going to try this again with our darker stuff here. One more time. Let me get these brushes out of the field of vision there. Nope, not quite doing it. Let me thin this down some more, I guess. So after the stream here, Landris, I got to start doing the last bit of the Mumakil video where I'm gonna colorize that eBay Rescue Mumak like what I did with this one here again, just to get some ideas. You know, it's not about, okay, we will do this exact thing and copy that exactly. It's just like, well, okay, that's what gave me the idea to do the tartan this way instead of my usual pattern, and I do like this much better. It's something I'll have to think about for future tartans as well. Yeah, no doubt about it. Now, well, the reason why it ends up usually being more of the just following the line of the hem or whatever is because, well, it's a lot easier to do that. It's a whole lot more difficult doing it the other way, like this here, because you don't quite have the same visual reference to work from on the figure itself. Okay, let me get some of that maybe on this side too. All right. There's also, I don't know if those are like little leather studs or something there, not sure. The one thing I did notice there, Landris, is you basically get one shot at it. Because once you start trying to do other permutations, it just basically takes you further and further away, and it just keeps kind of doing the same thing, no matter what your prompt is. Now, I want to take... Fine, we'll just use this guy here. Sap green. We're just going to really thin the heck out of this here. And we'll do that on some of our little plants here that have a whole bunch of the weathering powders on them. There we go. Let's hit this one now too. Effectively kind of a pin line wash right there. Now on this pen in here, we got a whole bunch of little scrunchy things. Let's see if we can make those a little lighter green. Not a ton lighter, but at least a little bit lighter here. Maybe some of that yellow. There's a lot of folds here in a short area. I guess I gotta get more of the sap green in there. I'll lighten this up a little more here. Also there. Yep, let's catch the end of that too. So originally this was also going to be a tartan there, and then I realized, no, that's a little too much all in one place. That'll be a visual frenzy right there. Also too, there's so many undulations on that, you really wouldn't see much of anything. You would see some vague lines here and there, but not really much that says tartan. We're starting to get this also a bit more cleaned up there on the actual clothes here. We get a little bit more of that there with our lighter green. Might even reflect a little bit of that up here. Ooh, that needs to be lighter. Maybe more of our radiant green then. Yep. Also, I think we're going to make it a little bit on the thicker side here too. That seems to be doing the trick. Make it that. Come on, a little bit more there. I think I will try to sneak a little more of my lighter green underneath the... It's a real tightrope walking act right here, trying to get in between this bowstring to get behind it. More here. Push this further down. Let's do this. This could be interesting, because the sap green is a real translucent coat. I'm going to try some here. Well, okay, that's a little bit heftier than I was thinking. Okay, there we go. To darken that down so that this little pouch or whatever here stands out a bit more. They were pretty much kind of the same value. And as we enter hour 4 here, like we talked about several times earlier, it's if you can at least establish all of the primary structure, then you can spend a whole lot more time with more of the detail kind of thing. Your freehands, object source lighting, whatever it is you're doing, your specialty things, you can spend more time doing that because you got all your structure in place. So we really do advocate that. Again, just trying to do as much as you can as early on to establish your shading, composition, all that good stuff. Don't get too bogged down in any kind of details early on, because all that really does is just slow you down. And I understand that people, they want to have something finished at the end of a session. I understand that. They want to be, okay, maybe the face is painted or whatever. However, that is going to slow you down because you have painted that without any context of what's around it. And everything that's next to dark looks really light, and the other way around too. So you want to keep working on all portions of it at the same time. It is actually faster. I know it may not seem that way initially, but it definitely is. Now, let me see if I can get my little bit of light here. Maybe try this blue. Well, it's basically our not radiant blue. Is going to go right along there. That was a little too much. Try and fish in a little bit of it there. I'm going to get me some fresh fast matte white out here. So Landras, that bust that you see in the video there, I was thinking it was going to take, especially for the cadmium parts, a long time to dry. Everything is dry. Even the cadmium stuff is all dry. So I think, well, again, that's the whole testament to less is more and more is way too much. But again, I was completely convinced that was going to be, it was still going to be waiting for that to dry. But we're talking cadmium red, cadmium orange, all one on top of the other, and that's all dry. The cadmium green is dry. It's kind of crazy talk, right, Landrast? Come on, a little bit lighter there. Now we'll bring this again. This is the first time I've had basically the straight up white out here. And we'll see what we can do with that now in a couple of key places here. Maybe some on our feathers too. So Landras, that big band era version of the Enterprise song, that was just when I heard that, I couldn't believe it. And I think I've got probably like 10 different versions of the Dauntless song. I think there's actually maybe 4. Well, there should be 4, because it does 2. Every time you do a render, it does two versions of it. And sometimes they're very hard to tell apart, and other times it's like, is this even the same song? More of our light down here. Up there as well. Come on, a little bit more right there. Now I wonder. Now I can't really make the eye too light there because technically that is actually in shadow. See what we can do down here on this shield again with our. I mean, this is as light as it can get here. Can't get any lighter than this. Nah, I'm not so sure about that. I think we're going to get rid of that. Look at that, we got a blending brush. It's just like we had an eraser or something. Let me work in some more of our light down here. On that fletching. I'm just hoping you get a chance to do some more painting this weekend there, Landrast. That is a lot. We just have to try and work it. Now again, that we have our lightest light here. But only, I think, in the areas with, well, more light is shining on this. Now, that's okay. They addressed, I guess M-Toys is off doing M-Toys stuff, right? Oh, yeah, no wonder that never quite translated there. Well, now that makes a little more sense. Oh yeah, there's a lot of different irons in the fire, right? Because there's the War Machine stuff. Well, I know you guys were doing the Trench Crusade. Well, then there's Bretonians. And then there's a certain kind of elves that you don't really ever want to see anymore. You have no interest in those, of course. Too bad that we started a whole army painting series and you got no interest in those anymore. Now, actually, Landra, it should be real interesting to see what happens with the rest of those guys. Because, believe it or not, the guy that, basically the champion guy, he was the most plain figure. The other guys in the unit are actually kind of more elaborate than him. So we'll see what those guys look like. You know what? Try and get a little bit lighter on those fingers. Guess we'll catch a little more light on that bowstring up there. Have it go down into shadow there. I think now maybe we finally won't be bouncing into that. Now, Andres, it really is kind of better to do that than, I mean, we were talking about it a bunch during the stream here. Is the only other thing is if you're doing that just that one project and nothing else, eventually, it doesn't matter how interesting the project was at the start, it starts to become a little bit tiresome, a little bit tedious, and well, then it's that much less likely that you're going to want to work on it because it's getting tiresome. If you have a bunch of stuff that's already kind of out there, you can say, all right, look, I'm just not feeling like this, but oh, hey, look, I got this thing already going. I can just work here, and then that way you're getting something done. You're not getting quite so bored. I mean, even with this, let's say we always talk all the time about, okay, only work on areas, gotta leave other things to set. Well, you say, what, you know, I need maybe something else to work on while I'm waiting for something to set. Well, that's good. All right, you can work on something else, even if it's just prepping stuff. It doesn't have to be only painting other miniatures. It could just be, well, okay, I'm gonna file some mold lines, do a base, whatever. Now, yeah, that's well, it's open-ended, right, Landrast? It'll be interesting to see Landrast with the folks from Golden Maple, because they're going strong in the miniatures. I mean, I thought, okay, they're just trying to, they have brush sets. They're trying to say, hey, miniature painters, here's brushes, buy them. No, they're trying to go like full blast into miniatures for whatever reason. That's really trying to do that. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out over the next few months. Because I'll show you the link to the place where they is the lots of grass tufts. I don't mean like 2 or 3 grass tufts. I mean like 30 of them, all different colors, 3 different lengths, I think. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out. I don't know. We needed to get a little something in that. Now we need to get a little something over here. And now I'm going to try to go a whole bunch darker here. We got our Van Dyke Brown, we got our Payne's Gray and Coal Black. Doing a little bit of a glaze type of a thing there. So yeah, Landrast, check out the Golden Maple. They have a whole bunch of grass tufts. I'll try to get you the link that they sent to me. Of course, I showed them the video where I was making the grass tufts, and they were like, holy smokes. I don't even think they were aware of the whole Twitch thing or the Patreon thing. I think they saw the blog, I guess. And they're like, well, that's a little bit old. So again, we're just trying to kind of maybe stain the end of this log here a little bit. All right, darken that up. Hey there, everybody please give Erid a follow. Erid, I hope that the stream was sensational today. And of course, as always, I know you post your Pinterest link there in the chat. So let's see. Actually, Erid, if you don't mind, maybe shoot me a message or something like that as a reminder. You don't have to fool around with links or anything like that. Just say, hey, don't forget this. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erid just shared. Let's see. So nail art brushes. So it's interesting, Erid, because we were talking about, oh gosh, what was it? Goobertown. They did basically the nail. What were they? The sponge type things, right? Whatever. And I wasn't sure if those had really panned out for him or not. So I could see those being very, very fine. Erid, I don't know if you saw the pictures that I sent you of the garden there. I realized as I was trying to basically tear up some areas where the grass just is not growing, I was like, okay, I guess I'll throw some more of the grass patch down in here. Then I realized, well, wait a second. This gets a whole lot more sunlight. What if I was to extend the garden into this area instead of fooling around trying to grow grass there? Actually put it to use. So yeah, that will be the future area of the garden there. Whether it's this year or even next year, doesn't matter. That's where it's going to be now. Let me tamp that down just a little bit. No problem there, Irid. It's, again, well, they'll be there. They'll be there. Let me just a little bit more of this lighter orangey stuff here. Let's break this down. Let's get a little bit of the actual orange over here. Also getting that big old blob off the brush there. No problem there, Arid. Let's just say after my 1-to-1 scale terrain project, definitely had to do that myself. Oh man. That was about as soaked as I've been in a long time. Must have dug up many cubic, well, either feet, yards, or meters of soil there. And then tilled it, of course. I wasn't just digging it, it was also tossing it up in the air, shaking it around. Bellinok is here. Bella, I figured that you probably had to go off to sleep or do some other things. Appreciate you being here. And again, everybody, please check out Bellinok on My Mini Factory. Here, we'll chuck that link in there one more time here, real quick. 1 second. Let's see if we can do this here. Again, normally Armored Wolf does that kind of stuff, but Armored Wolf is doing his fair up there in Alaska. So again, everybody please check out Bellinok again on My Mini Factory. Bella, if there's anything that you wanted to share, any sneak peeks or something like that, Instagram type things, please go ahead and do that, of course. And again, if you check out that link there, that is that's the figure that we are working on right now. We are trying to work on a couple more little sneaky mid-range lights here on the hair. Let me see, 4 hours, 18 minutes ago, this was just primer. There was no paint on here, there was nothing. We've made a few adjustments along the way. Again, that is the other nice thing about the oils is, remember, we had to change a whole thing over here. That was real easy to do. No fuss, no muss. Nice to see you there, Rocky. Everybody please give Rockyosa a follow. So happy Sunday there, Rocky. And of course, Gold, thank you so much for joining us here. Appreciate that. So yeah, Bella, there's definitely some new files I'll have to snag too. And I was thinking, since I'm pretty sure this is a one-piece print right here, I'm pretty sure that's one piece. I'm going to try and print this out really, really big on the FDM printer And I think we might just, that might be the first test of the point 0.2 nozzle, and we'll see what happens with that. I'm kind of right at the end, like I said, end of a spool there, and that's a handy time to change things out, I think. Again, where is my... Here it is. There's the... oh boy, you can see just how much bigger that is. That's the Aphrodite buster. Again, that was printed out in FDM. You can see the lines right there. That's going to be for a Patreon video. And what was? Oh, there was that Loot Studios figure that we printed out, super huge. I mean, it's some like 8 inches tall or something like that. Again, with the FDM printer. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a little bit of that orangey stuff there with my blending brush right here. So we're painting this miniature from Knacht Miniatures. Last night we were painting our Dauntless Dive Bomber. Night before that we were painting, well, Flat Top for Flat Thursdays. Working on a little bit of that kind of mid-range orange there on the hair. Let me see if I can't sneak a teensy bit of that down into here. So I think, as it turns out, that Dauntless that I printed out, it might have been a little bit bigger than 1/72nd scale. I mean, maybe it is still 1/72nd scale, but wasn't quite as small as what I thought. I put it next to the 148, and it kind of was holding its own there. So I went, oh, okay. Guess it's bigger than I thought it was. Yeah, that was looking really good, Landrast. And like I said, it didn't take terribly long, did it? Alright, I'm going to try to get my blue back in here. So let's take a ultramarine here. Ultramarine, we're going to throw that down here. Now we got to get our lighter, almost sky blue type color. Yeah, Landrast just being able, especially with terrain, right? And of course, you cover it with some foliage and flock and all that, and it looks even more elaborate than what you originally painted. That's a little too much of that. Here, let's take some of that away. Also, that's it. Here we go. Yeah, I think I need to do that too. So again, this was our stream last night. And again, that's 3D printed. It's a very fascinating kit because actually it is meant to have hinges on all of the elevators and stabilizers and everything. So that was not something I was expecting. Now here we've got to lighten up this blue up here, but as always I had to wait and be patient and not be a hasty little hobbit. Take this. Has that paint set enough? It looks like it has. Yes, it has. Okay. Oh, geez, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Of course, Recoil, you want to share some of your basing stuff in the chat? Please go ahead. Thanks, Rico. Yeah, we're going to need that for a bit of a replenishment there on the, well, or Bella says, well, wait a minute, what about those files you wanted to get? Maybe you need to go get those files. Yeah, Landrest, I mean, because the flock and the foliage, it kind of, it's a little extra dimensionality, right? Especially if it's some kind of a big, oh, like that clump foliage. There you go. There you go, Landress, clump foliage. So thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Hopefully, Mom is still doing good. And yeah, Recoil, like I was saying earlier, for whatever reason, Rico, it never occurred to me to just, well, and you know what, Rico, years ago, Kathy and I, we thought about kind of doing almost like a Japanese garden back there, right, with like a little trail that kind of went through it. Obviously, things happened over the course of years, and that never happened, and that's not what I'm looking to do right now. Although Doji says, yeah, do that. I'm sure Doji would be all for turning that whole thing into a Japanese garden style thing. Landress, what you can do, and this is what I did with the bolt action stuff, is that I just had some clump foliage just loose. And I just basically I had a little container of clump foliage, and when it came time, like to hide seams and stuff, Landress, I would just pour that stuff on there. And then when I was done, I just put it back in the container again. So yeah, recoil. I think I sent you pictures of that. It never occurred to me to just like, you know what, I'm just going to extend this whole thing forward. Again, bringing the garden to the sun instead of the other way around. Thank you so much, Costada. Appreciate that. You know, we need to bring out a special Gandalf. Here he is. Yeah, let's bring out this Gandalf here. It's like, yeah, so what you doing with that? It's like, I don't know, I've been standing here for like 4.5 hours. Hey, you mind not maybe not pointing at me? Sorry, dude. It's like, so that gets tiring? She's like, well, yeah, you try doing this. Again, you're pointing that at me. These humans never really understand, do they? Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 for Costata. Well, that's a very solid middle of the road 4. He did mention a certain plant. Whenever he mentions a certain plant, oof, he gets in trouble. He gets in big trouble. So yeah, Landrest, I did the same thing. I first got the idea, seeing the guys that take, for obviously for bolt action battles, where they're going to have basically big piles of bricks. And again, that'll go kind of in the seams of buildings, maybe in some of the ruins. But obviously, if a miniature needs to go there, you potentially could just like knock the pile down or something, whatever. And I think I still have that container of clump foliage around with all the bolt action stuff. It was very effective because I had to cover up the seams because I was filming battle reports. Actually, there's still 4 of them on the YouTube channel to this day. A little bit more of that lighter green right there. Kind of a mid-tone green. Remember when we hit this early on with a really, really dark green? Again, normally we would do that, say, with Perline black. But we don't have that on the palette. We got our sap green out there. Speaking of some greens, that's what I'm going to chuck over here, I think, on some of this. Also, reflected light there. Where's my blending brush? So recoil, This is actually weathering powders right here. And it's kind of obviously it's just like what we're doing with Trench Crusade, except here you can still see the freehand pattern behind it. So that's all weathering powders right there. That was super fun, I gotta say. Now you can take, well, again, you could probably take pastels and kind of smush those up, turn them into a powder, and then you could actually, if you want to go like a blue or something like that, you could actually then put a little bit of darker blue, super translucent. It's like the ultimate dry brush recoil. It is the ultimate dry brush. Landrast, I haven't tried it at all. I've had people say that, well, there's definitely simplification. Basically, now there's cover saves or there's whatever kind of saves now instead of just the hardcover being modifications. I guess there's changes to how your morale tests work and all that, and pin markers. Essentially, well, I guess I don't know if you can still get pinned out. So yeah, recoil. It was something that I used to do when we were doing all kinds of commission stuff to try and save some time on, say, Space Marine cloaks that had freehand on them to knock that back down. I would have the weathering powders, obviously not to make it mud at that point, but to again just kind of tone it down. Now I haven't actually taken the pastels and you know smush those down or whatever. I've just used weathering powders because what was that? Secret Weapon. They actually came out with a bunch of colors. They even had blue. They actually had a blue weathering powder, which I actually used. Oh, I used that to shade Plasma Glow. Yeah, recoil. Now I don't know if Eldritch Hobbies kind of kept all of those weathering powders, or if it just kept kind of the basic ones. So again, we're working with some lighter greens here now. Oh yeah, let's get a little bit of lighter green on this. Also, right there. This little fold here. So as we said and at the beginning there, right? We kind of everything is kind of messy and nasty and all that stuff. Well, although we call it the glorious messy phase. And then you start to refine from there. And that's again what we're doing here. We make adjustments along the way, make some changes along the way. And now with our little plants, they're not quite so covered in weathering powders anymore. We will be throwing some of our brand new grass tufts that we made onto this and some of our texture, so it'll be a little bit more like, say, this, right, with our homemade flower and shrub tufts there, and of course you can see all of this, all the flock and everything, so it's not just uh, wasteland there. Now, Landris, I'm hoping at some point to be able to try it out. Now, again, a friend of mine, he wasn't super familiar with the previous versions of Bolt Action, so he wasn't quite sure maybe how big the differences were, but he'd actually had a chance to play it. Again, there's definitely some simplification there. I guess in some ways it was, as far as kind of morale goes and that sort of thing, it almost is a bit more like Flames of War. Now, my big thing was the theater books. because that was my favorite part about Bolt Action was all the theater books, and I'm not quite sure, how badly were those affected by third edition. I don't. I guess there's not a huge change to Force Org. Maybe there is a. I don't know. Again, having not played it, I don't really know. Not the authority on that. I am the authority on adding this lighter green here, though. You know what? Maybe we'll throw a little something lighter down into our shadow there. You know what? This needs. Oh gosh! Somehow we gotta get that lighter green in there. Okay, looks like we did it. Doing that here. Also over here. Actually, Bella, there was another bust that I was going to do. Oh gosh, it was I think it was the Dark Elf bust. I was gonna do that one because I think I painted the miniature version of it. And then I saw this and I went, oh wait a minute. I've been wanting to again do this one for a while and show just a little light freehand with the tartan and stuff. And this was just perfect for that. Got my my fast matte white here. We're just breaking this down here. Oh, and recoil that. Speaking of bust, the one that I painted in the tutorial video on the Patreon page, all of the cadmiums, they all dried. Like in a matter of a few days. I mean, barely a couple of days. And by dry, I mean like bone dry. As in, if I wanted to, I could probably put, if I really felt like it, put some kind of the anti-shine over the top of them or something. Which surprised the heck out of me. I guess, well, they were trying to have more vehicles. I guess you actually have to have a vehicle of some kind. Now, it doesn't, I mean, it could be a Jeep. I mean, it could just be a recce vehicle or whatever. It doesn't have to be a hardcore tank or a SPG or something like that. So Landres, they didn't wipe out 190 profiles then? In the new version? Not that anybody would ever do something like that. That would never happen, right, Recoil? Nobody would ever take something and just go, yeah, you know what? How's about wiping out 2/3 of it? That would be fantastic. If that's the case, my early war French are going to have more Laffleys and more Lorraines. And basically, everybody's going to be in a Lorraine transport. And I'll have like 3 of those Laffley pick-em-up trucks there with the anti-tank gun on the back. And then more Laffleys with the 2 machine guns. Oh yeah, we're getting that a little bit later now. Come on, a little bit. There we are. Also, a little bit of something in the shadow there. Now we got to do the same as over here. Right, if we're going to light up the skin there, we can't just have the woad being the same value. That's not going to make much sense. Also, somehow, got to filter into something a little bit more. Okay, now we're finally starting to see the eyes is there. Also, it's not quite as light as this. Let me retreat a little bit value-wise here. Try this. Also, got to get rid of that big old chunk of whatever that's sitting on the end of that brush there. And okay, there we go. Now I gotta get the chin. A teensy bit lighter there. Okay. Now this deal over here, we are going to take our skinny tone again, and we're going to try and trim down, if we can. We got this bit of our woad here that's a little bit too thick right there. Oh, that's working. That worked. I just did it right there. Yep. Somehow, once again, we'll see if we can manage this. We're going to sneak this down past the bowstring. And yes, this bowstring is part of the file. That is not something that I added. That's already in the file. You don't have to add that. Okay. Very, very helpful there. Okay. Do I go? Okay, let me try later. Let me try it later, and then if that doesn't work, we'll come back and we'll do some mid-tone type stuff. First, we gotta break this stuff down here. Again, some of this stuff's, well, not some of it, all has been on the palette for over 5 hours now. Yeah, because what, 4 hours, 41 minutes? So yeah, some of this stuff's been sitting on here for 5 hours. Yeah, these are the alkyds, so there you go. Lighter, definitely better there. Okay. So a touch lighter there. Not so much more on the feet there. I think we'll leave that alone. This though needs to get. Where's my darker skin tone? Let me try this here. Separate some toes if we can. Much better. There we go. Just gonna scare up some more of my reddish brown into some of the bow here. Maybe even a little smidge of a shadow right here on the arms. And of course this skin tone now that's had a chance to set for hours, which means it's much more amenable to me just going over the top of it like this. Otherwise, if I tried that way earlier, oof, that would have been no bueno. Now here we also need to do that somewhat darker here, also kind of giving a little bit of a reddish tint. This side too, just gonna darken that all down. And now that, yep, see, now that looks that much lighter. This originally had a whole nother tattoo bit over there, but we just said nah. And we said, oh, we're gonna adjust that, and we removed that. Actually, oh, that's what I could do here. Let me take this magenta stuff here. Because I think that, I don't know, the other stuff was just too much of a gray. Also, this has to, I think, change a smidge here. We're going to darken the top. Yes, yes, let's do that. Okay, just seeing that little bit, that tells me take it further here. Darken that down some more, and then here's our light stuff. That's where the light should be. Now, okay, here, let's get ourselves a bit of a horizon line on this. There we are. That is what we were lacking over there. And eventually we figured things out. Lighter blue again. I think I was waiting for that to set some more. Yep, that's it. Also, touch of it over there. Now, oh, that's it. Another thing I want to try and do. Same thing here, because, well, that should be very light. Possibly a couple little bits of that over here. Not a whole bunch, though. This is, I think we'll really focus on some of that lighter blue up here, because, well, that would catch the most light. Right, makes sense. Touch more of it over there. Now, that would be too late. Let's go backwards here a little bit. Here, get some of the ultramarine. One more level of light, and this might really set the. That will be set further back if I. Yes, okay. So we also have some. There we go. Some edge contrast there. Right, so kind of softer gray colors there, and then all of a sudden we have this sharper area in front of it, and then it goes right down into our weathering powders there. I do think we can do some of the last bits on our shield here. Like so. And yeah, this is another fabulous print from Knacht Miniatures. I get My Mini Factory. And they're available kind of individual files, also kind of in group releases. There is a bust of this too, and I have that printed out. Of course, it's not where I can reach it, but I do have the bust of this printed out. Now, this would be definitely one to print out the bust version in FDM2. I think that would also work out well as like a giant version. And yeah, there's the plinths too, but we've been going into the bamboo slicer, of course, and creating our own plinths. Either that or borrowing other plinths, or basically saying, okay, this one normally goes on this plinth, but we're going to use this plinth from one of the other sculpts and put that on there instead. Of course, for our Wapellia Spellbrush and our Catha figures, though those were figures that we turned into busts. There we go. Just a little touch later here, and I went, okay, that's probably as late as I can go, though. Yeah, that's probably it. Couple more areas of light here on the grain. Then maybe a little something here again for reflected light. Why? Because there's this blue here. And exactly why does that not reflect onto the shiny boss there? Not sure. It must have some kind of anti-reflection scotch guarding or something like that. Much better there. More refinement on the edges of these little squares here. And then we've got to take our dark here, something maybe like this. Either that or we'll leave those open. We will leave those guys open. Magenta, where's my Indian yellow? Here we go. Oh, that's going to be one heck of a combo there. Our quinacridone magenta, and we're going to combo that with our Indian yellow here. Man, that's going to be an ultra translucent orange. I mean, like ultra translucent for the hair. Because I'm just dry brushing that on. That is not a glaze. That is no glaze. That is a testament to just how translucent some of the oils can be. Remember, with the oils, you can dilute them. Not at all. You cannot dilute them. You can thin them. But if it's an opaque, like Terra Rosa or something like that, you can thin it as much as you want. It will still be opaque. That is not how acrylics work. Also, too, think about the difference in capillary action. It's been a while since we did a little capillary action demo. I realize that. There we go. So yeah, some of the highlights on the hair were a little bit too yellow. Well, now we done tinted them back to orange and red, that's for sure. Keep doing that. And again, that is not a glaze in any way, shape, or form. That is just taking hyper translucent color and just going over the top of that. Oh yeah, this goes from super light to dark brown. This should help to make that a little more gradual. Also, too, it's blending. The more of the brush strokes that I do, the more it is going to blend. Now, this is one case. Geez, somehow we gotta get something lighter in there. All right, we'll try this. Not hitting the arrow. No, we can't really get that any lighter down in there. That is a shadow area. Let's not play around with that. Okay, there we go. Nice little bit of tinting there. So see how that's nice and orange. It's not just darker. That just amped up in saturation a whole bunch. Again, courtesy of not a glaze. We'll just call it not a glaze. So again, for the folks that are newer to the oils, there's a few things you just have to kind of say, okay, look, this is going to be different. The acrylics, generally getting paint on the miniatures takes a lot more work. With the oils, before the brush barely touches the miniature, it's like it's already on there. It's very easy to get paint onto the figure with the oils, unlike the acrylic. So that's just something you gotta factor in. This is almost like our skin tone right here, because this spear pole here, that needs to be lighter. Actually, if we do that here, then we get separation from our muddy, dusty coke there. This is actually like a very light violet color that I'm using there. That's not brown. That's a very light violet. Now I am gonna super. Are we gonna bother with that? Because I don't really have my water here, so that would be too difficult to try. Now we won't do that. No, actually, wait a minute. We have some brushes that are plenty beat up here. We can do that. We're just gonna put some of this around the edge here, because I need to see just how dark have we gotten on that base. So let's just do this super quick here. Oh yeah, okay. I don't need to make that any lighter. Eventually, we use the blackest black, the Stuart Simple 3.0. Oh yeah, look at that, really got light. That's where the weathering powder is there. Wow, look at that. Everything is relative, right? That looked super, super dark until, well, our blackest black got on there. And now that looks more like a mid-tone. That went from shadow to mid-tone in a heartbeat. Okay, there we go. All right. Dark brown again. Forgot about this. Tint you a little bit darker too here. To get our over and unders. Tone that down too. Smidge more of our little bit of dark right there. And now let's see if we can do this. Here's some of our white. I was thinking thicker would have been better there, but I guess we'll have to try it in the to go the opposite way. Let's do this here. So if I will break that down. Try it again. There we go. Now we're going to cut some of that away with our dark. Like that. Touch more of it up there with our dark. Might darken this down even a little bit more here. Blending brush, which is the same brush, just no paint. So that works. Now over here where we, you know what? I'll take this lighter stuff, maybe a little bit of our yellow into that. This is a little lighter line that goes down through our green. Couple of hints of it there. Now we're going to do a little bit of edge cleanup on this thing over here. Let me get this. that's more of a square. Same deal on that one. Shall we? That's good. That's too thick. So we'll just come back with our dark again. Oh, I'm also gonna get rid of these little experiments here. We thought, oh, do we do something lighter there or dark? That made no sense. So we'll just get rid of those now. Okay, well fine. We'll come back here. A little bit of subtraction, like that. Oh yeah, this let's get our dark on this side of our spear here. We're completely missing this. Well, there's some edge contrast for you now. Blammo. That just got a whole lot sharper. It's like we brought up the sharpening stone. We'll try and do a similar gambit on this side. Down here too. Now this might need, it's not quite our sky color. It's a little bit dingier than that, but still got a little bit of the sky color there. Sky earth and all. Another touch later here. Okay. You know what? Maybe. What did I end up doing? Okay, let's do a little bit of this here. I think we did some of this, and that might actually be a good little trim around that edge of this, maybe or not. No, let's change tactics here. I'm gonna take my skin tone here that's a little bit sort of darker, a little more dark, because I'm gonna try to do a little cleanup here on our. Never did get to this. Meant to get back in here and work on these edges too. That's some of the very first of the tattoo stuff that we did. So again, we're just doing this to sharpen up some of the edges. Now, if you want to make this subdermal, that's super easy. You just, well, you could even just wait till this basically dries, and then you could do, got a little bit of a dry brush of your skin tone over the top of it, and for all intents and purposes, it's going to essentially put like a layer of the skin color over the top of your tattoo stuff, and it will make it look like it's underneath a layer of skin. Instead of, well, like war paint. That's probably not quite light enough. I think this might be now. Also, a little bit of Materia Rosa here. Just breaking this down. I mean, now it's been, what, over 5 hours? Yeah, it's been over 5 hours. So some of this stuff's been out here a while. Touch more there. So yeah, all of this stuff doesn't happen all at once, right? It's kind of in stages. Be patient. Don't be hasty little hobbitses. Did I get my... I did get some lighter stuff on the knuckles there. Did get my reddish color on the hand here as well, the back of the hand anyways. Somewhere I got me a blending brush that I can use. That'll be this guy. It's weird to think, Rico, that we're going to be back to Armada Mondays again on our next stream. Everything we did with all the Midways stuff. I think painting the between the flat art and the Dauntless, it feels like we've done Armada Mondays for 3 days or for 3 streams now. This needs another, yeah, there's a whole bunch of weird funky edges here. We're going to clean some of that up. But now we're going to go darker here. We got this almost kind of a magenta violet here. There we go. For the elbow. And again, keep in mind that the reason why we can do this is because that paint has had some time to set. And that's not, think of it like you're doing pottery or even loaves of bread. You don't mix a dough and then chuck it in the oven 2 seconds later. You give that a chance to prove. Same thing with pottery, right? You're going to take that, you're going to make sure all the moisture gets out of it. You got to dry those things out. Otherwise, they're either going to go kaboom in the kiln or they're just going to crack. So to avoid any painting kaboom, be sure that you don't just keep hammering away at the same area over and over. I usually have several miniatures, and by several I mean dozens and dozens that I'm working on at any one time, which means there's plenty of opportunities to say, all right, let's just set that baby aside and how's about we work on something else, at least for a little while. Now this up here, there's this green up here, which I'm first going to tone that edge down, but then I'm going to try and get a little bit of that onto that. That's it. Because there was a couple of things there. There was the light, there was the edge, and then there was no reflection of all this green that was sitting right on top of that. So that's supposed to be a shiny thing. It ain't so shiny. Good there, okay. And I think we weren't even an hour into this yet when we were already doing the tartan and all that kind of stuff. Just like our object source loading, we want to establish that as soon as possible instead of painting a whole bunch of stuff and then sticking that on top. I mean, it really just doesn't make any sense. Because you're painting the same area multiple times, and, well, none of us has time to paint the same miniature several times. Nobody does. And work this into here. Yeah, we got some cleanup we's gonna be doing in here. That's just with the sap green. Essentially, what I did with the hair, that's what's happening down in here. Except we're using a different dark but translucent color. That would be sap green. And it is not a glaze. We're basically just brushing it over the top. Boy, that really changed this. This was, it was a bit on the rugged and rough side up there. That really has, well, usually after hour 3, we kind of refer to that as brushstroke maintenance. That's what we try to look and say, it's like, okay, look, there's just either too much paint here, something's going on. We're gonna go back and smooth that out, like we're doing here now on the green cloth here. Yeah, let's work this in here too. Now, a little bit of green reflection here, because again, the green is right here. Let's reflect that up here. Also, a little there. I guess that needs to be a little lighter. I don't know, let's do that. See what happens here. Ah, boy, Arid, yeah, that was, I was very, very grateful for one of those after all of the 1-to-1 scale terrain. It does mean I'm a mite bit hungrier even than I normally am, even at this time. Because, yeah, we might have absorbed a few calories there doing that. And, of course, everybody please give Irid Wave a follow. Of course, Irid, again, you want to post your Pinterest link there, please go ahead. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared, and please give Irid Wave a follow as well. Once again, doing a little bit of blending brush action here. Now, hopefully we still have enough of that fast matte white. I think we do. This, also that, and a little something up there. So cheers, Irid. And yeah, oh, that's right. We still have to get our terrorizing Easter Bunny figure. Well, at least we have to at least do the AI version of him. Because if you know their name and know what they look like, then they lose their power. Well, at least hopefully. Yeah, Irid, those were the new. I just put those in today. Those new ones, and then the old ones, as in a few weeks ago. Those are getting really, really big, really fast, which is great. Because hopefully that will kind of keep those weeds at bay. And then, of course, we did a whole bunch of. I ran out of all my potting soil and stuff, so I couldn't do any more varieties. But I think I got 4 varieties of tomatoes and 3 varieties of peppers. Because again, this is apparently this is now an agriculture channel. It's an ag channel on top of everything else. Thanks, Irid. I'll be interested. I assume that they're now. Oh, they're so. Are they true liner brushes or are they more spotters? If they're liners, that'd be incredible, because we love our liner brushes, right? They just don't get quite that kind of damage the way the spotters do. So appreciate that, Irid. Thank you so much. Now that's too dark. Now let's go back with this and some of that. Oh, there we go. And now you can see a little bit of a highlight right there. Get that thing out of the way. Maybe a little bit more of our lighter blue on the shield. And a couple of key areas, not so much for the shading of it, but yeah, it's more for the shape of our freehand stuff there. So, Arid, I was really, really, really happy with the different varieties there. And oh, and Arid, that's the other thing. I was actually tempted to get some large pots and just even have some of the plants just indoors. Because the one thing I wouldn't have to worry about, Arid, is bugs. And I think, Arid, I was telling you what Kathy's family does to kind of keep, well, things like the bugs and some of the other critters away. They take bars of Irish Spring and basically impale those. And I guess that the bugs and the critters, they don't really like the Irish Spring stuff, so they put that's what they use at the cabin and in their backyard to discourage critters and bugs. Hey there, Sectorix. Geez, Sectorix, I know you were super busy working on stuff the whole time there. I appreciate you being here, Sectorix. Have yourself a good night. I'll shoot you messages tomorrow, Sectorix. Well, later today. Yeah, because for us, it's already later today. And Arid says if you got to worry about deer, ivory soap works on them. Safeguard. That's it. Yeah, that was the what was it? The smallest bar of soap in the house. That crazy commercial. Oh my gosh, I have no idea how that just popped into my head. Now, Sectorix, again, have yourself a fabulous night's sleep there. Again, I appreciate you being here for as long as you could. Hopefully, it kept you some company there while you were working away. Oh, and hopefully, Sectorix, you got a chance to see this. Oh, before you take off, look at this, Sectorix. That's the weathering powders there. Yeah, take a look at that. That's the weathering powder gambit there. Nice to see you there, Camda. So Camda, I got some more messages to send you about the golden maple folks, because apparently they're all into grass tufts. Yeah, I think we've been messaged about like 3-4 times now. And they asked about grass tufts, so I sent them all the vids, including the most recent one, right, where we were making our own. They were not really aware of the Patreon page, the YouTube channel, and certainly not the Twitch thing. I think all they saw was like Instagram, then they saw my blog, and I went, there's a little more than that. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. Actually, Camda, Bella has been kind enough to join us on stream. So, yes, Bella's been in the chat. So, we appreciate Bella Knacht joining us here, keeping us company. Well, Sectorix, I hope that was reasonably successful for you. And again, if you got, there's other colors of weathering powders, and I mean, as in color colors. And actually, Sectorix, you just oh, you know what, Sectorix, I'm gonna do a little look-see. I'm gonna see what other kind of weathering powder colors I can find that do again go beyond just the usual kind of earth tones and all that. I know that well, the old Secret Weapon stuff. I just don't know if Elrich Hobbies picked those up, all of those up or not, or if they just went with only the more common ones. Cam, I was telling him about the Paul Rubens stuff. Also, it just seems, Camda, like they are going big into miniatures, unlike well, Williamsburg and Gamlin and all that, right? Where they just basically told us to pound sand. Golden Maple's taking a little bit of a different tack. And if that's the case, we should try to help them out. So yeah, Ken, I was using use the example where you were able to find stuff that's more widely available, well, like the golden maples, where folks maybe from other locations can get their hands on that. So yeah, that shield looks a whole lot different now. Now, Cam, I don't know if you saw the new video. I sent the link out for that right before the stream, so probably about 6-ish hours ago. Because what are we at? Oh, geez, we're almost 5 and a half. Oh, that's because it's 10 after 4 in the morning here. Now, ironically enough, you're you're gonna go from plaid to plaid because Pascal is streaming, and Pascal is painting tartans. So yeah, you'll get to see some more tartans there. Well, Camda, safe travels, and Camda, I've got some more songs that I want to shoot you there. Yeah, I got some more songs I can send you. Can I do this a little later here? Yeah. Oh, and Aaron, I'll try to get you those too. I thought I had sent you some, but I think maybe I was too busy sending you pictures. I'll try and get you some of that music that was generated. Oh, and Camda, check this out. This was another. I basically got one good bite at that apple, and it created. As you can see, it's a kind of looks like the miniature at least. Obviously, that's not the most realistic coloring there. And when I tried to say, show me the same thing from this angle, it's been doing that with, say, other stuff, but it was not doing it with the miniatures. Because I got to do that for the giant Mumak, the eBay rescue Mumak that Recoil was kind enough to send here. I'm gonna do this. Let me try this dark here. Let me see what happens. Maybe that's what we need to do here. And I'm gonna go one more thing of light here on the shoulder, because that actually could still catch some light here. I'm looking at that going, oh, the hair's not really casting a huge shadow on that. Come on. Ooh, a little more thinner. Just a touch more. And then a little bit more. That's it. No more there. No more fooling around. Okay, so yeah, I do think we'll get this raid countdown underway, because, well, I'm also very, very hungry. So again, this is another Bellonock miniature. This actually is already on the YouTube channel. We are going to try and print this one out as big, I think, as we can. See how that goes. Now here, I gotta zoom out so you can see a little bit more of this. There we go. So again, there is our tartan pattern. Woad. Freehandy on the shield. All that kind of stuff in 5 hours, 23 minutes, and 36 seconds. So I'm going to head on over here. So sorry about this, again. I don't mean to kind of say hi and bye there. But we got, we got stuffs we got to do, and we got some foods to eat. So see you later there, Landras. I'll shoot you a message once I get some chow here. So see you later, Ira. Thank you so much for being here.